Your Honor, I would ask you mark this next in order. 2-page handwritten letter dated 8/22/86, just a heading Dan.
I marked double Q.
I'm not going to ask you to read the letter at this time, but would you look at it and tell me if you recognize that letter?
Yes.
And was that Mr. Hargrave's handwriting?
As far as I know, yes.
And did you see that in his file in January of 1986? January or February of 86?
Yes. Now, did your insurance payments policy had been paid by rather than what word? I'd like to have another document.
All right, finish double R.
Your Honor, I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to take the lunch recess. I have some other.
We can do that. Let's finish marking this document while we've got it.
I just had some other documents, and I thought maybe I could just get them marked ahead of time.
We can do that. We've already got half of this on the record, so if you describe what it is.
It's a one-page letter, Your Honor, on heading of Daniel T. Broderick. One-page letter signed by Linda Colpina with copies to various people.
All right, so marked. Now, do you want to take the recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone to discuss it with you, nor form any opinion until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30, hopefully 1:30 sharp. Have a nice lunch.
Now, Broderick, in December of 1986, at that time when you got court-ordered support, at the hearing, was anything ordered in regards to insurance or any other things that you had at that time, health insurance, auto insurance?
No, that was one of the mistakes Mr. Hargreaves made.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as RR for identification, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a letter canceling your insurance?
This one's in canceling my health insurance, but there were others.
Okay, and who signed that letter?
Linda Colkina on December 31st, the day after the court hearing on December 30th.
Now, how did you feel about that at the time?
Well, I knew on the day that it happened that Hargreaves had made a big mistake letting Dan get off without paying any of my insurances, because Dan used to pay the house insurance, the car insurance, the health insurance, and that was a blatant mistake of Mr. Hargreaves. So it was a loophole, and Dan and Linda saw it, and boy, they were right on the ball. 8 a.m. the next morning, sending out these letters canceling everything, and Linda Colkina doesn't type or anything, so it was not necessary that she sign these letters.
Yeah.
As legal assistant, Dan should have written these letters.
Okay. And did it upset you that that her name was on there as canceling your insurance?
Every time she got in the middle of anything like this, it bothered me. I didn't think this was her place at all.
Did you talk to anybody about that?
Yes, I mentioned it to Mr. Hargreaves.
The I showed you some letters previously you received from your children. If you could just look from at SS, tell me if you recognize that letter.
Yes, this is from Lee at camp.
And was that also something that you received?
Yes.
The at the time that you had mentioned that during the time that the process was going on, that there was, before Mr. Hargraves became your attorney, that there was a time when you were not signing things?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recognize this letter, what has been marked TT for identification, Your Honor? If I could show that it's a one-page letter from Daniel Broderick to Elizabeth Broderick, dated April 28, 1986.
So marked.
Okay, was that something that was sent to you?
Yes.
That was something you received directly from Mr. Broderick and not from his attorney, is that correct?
Right.
Now, in sometime in end of 1986 and 1987, did Mr. Ashworth had been Mr. Broderick's attorney?
Yes, that was his original attorney.
Okay, did someone else in his firm take over as the attorney?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
Gerald Barry.
And what was the reason that Gerald Barrett took over?
Because Mr. Ashworth was made a judge in the family court.
Okay. And when you say a judge in the family court, where was family court located then?
On 6th Avenue. It's a little brick building on 6th Avenue.
Okay, and 4 or 5 judges in that building?
Yes, I think there's 4 courtrooms.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you got some legal paper, did Mr. Ashworth now name start appearing on some of that from the court as a judge?
Right, Judge Thomas Ashworth.
Okay. And what was your feelings about that?
Well, I had already had feelings that I was shut out of the system because of not being able to get an attorney, including Mr. Ashworth, and now I felt that in the little court system with him running the place as a judge, it seemed like a conflict of interest to me.
Okay. And showing you what is marked UU for identification, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And that's at least one of the pieces of paperwork that you saw?
Yes.
I'm going to digress for a moment since I didn't have these marked at the time. VV for identification, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And do you know when that was taken?
1985.
Okay. And what has been marked as WW for identification, do you remember when that was taken?
1985 as well.
Okay, was that in the home at Cali de Cielo?
Yeah.
And is that Danny and Rhett and the dogs?
The dog and her puppies, the girl dog and her puppies, yes.
And another photograph, XX for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And where was that taken?
in the living room del Cielo when I had no furniture.
Okay. And
Christmas time-ish, 85.
Okay, and how do you know it's Christmas time?
Because of my Christmas skirt and the boys' red things, but it wasn't right at Christmas. A friend had a party a week or two before Christmas.
Okay. Did you, were you able to go back into court at some point in time and have a judge do some changes in the court-ordered support that Mr. Hargraves had first gone in and got?
Yes, the day after the court disaster on December 30th, I met with Mr. Hargreaves, and he said, don't worry, we can go in on a reconsideration, but there was only a certain amount of days you had to do that, to go back in and redo it. And for the first time, he asked for records about lifestyle and income and things that he never asked for before the first hearing.
Okay.
So he was preparing to do the reconsideration.
Before Mr. Hargraves, before the end of December hearings, had Mr. Hargraves gone anywhere out of town at all?
Skiing, I believe.
Okay. And was there a time where letters as far as visitation during Christmas was sent to anybody?
Letters and money were sent to his office, and he was gone, so I wasn't informed of what was going to happen with visitation, and I didn't get my money until he got back.
And
So it appears on the dates of things that I should have gotten them, but I didn't.
Was there a time when you were getting letters from Mr. Broderick where the dates on the envelope would be a lot different than the date on the letter?
Yes.
And how would that work?
They'd mail it later or something,
Okay,
and it would be dated earlier.
so you would get something dated on the first of the month, but it would be something you would receive in the middle of the month?
Yes.
Okay. Were you having any problems with your mail during that period of time?
Ever since Dan moved to Marston Hills, my Coral Reef used to be our only residence as a family, and the mail used to always go to Coral Reef. And then when Dan and the children moved to Marston Hills, my mail somehow got switched to Marston Hills. And if it were bills or things, he'd send them to me. But if it were invitations or newsletters from my college or membership notices from the clubs or anything, I didn't get any of my mail for a long time. And I was kind of upset, especially about my college mail, that he didn't forward it or anything, or set it aside for me or anything.
Was there a reason that you were upset about the college mail?
Well, I missed a reunion because of it, and I was supposed to fill out a form that they sent, and I had nothing to do with the reunion because all my mail ended up at his house, and he didn't forward it.
What was the amount of the court-ordered support that you finally received?
With Tricia Smith?
No, with Mr. Hargraves.
I think it was $12,000.
Okay. And whose name was on your house at that time?
Dan and mine.
Okay. And did they continue to take payments, your bills out of your court-ordered support?
I know it was stopped after Tricia Smith came on the job, but I don't know if it was stopped when Hargreaves was in charge. Judge Jones made him stop taking stuff out of my money.
Did that happen? Was there a request in court as to the fine system?
Yes.
Okay, and was after the fine system, after the court got involved, did the fine system stop?
Yes, Judge Napoleon Jones said that Dan could no longer fine me, that he was not the judge and jury, and that Judge Jones would not stand for that Dan could not do that anymore.
Now, also in 1986, did you start receiving things anonymously in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you receive?
I received a picture of Dan and Linda at a party with a sticker on it that said, "Eat your heart out, bitch."
Okay. And showing you what has been marked YY for identification, Your Honor?
Just describe it for the record.
It says President-elect Party, Your Honor.
That's good enough. One-page document?
One page.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And did you receive this in the mail?
Yes.
Who was the people in the pictures?
Mr. Siteman is the old president of the bar. That's Linda Colkina. That's Dave Monahan. And that's Dan Broderick. That's Brian. And that's Brian Ford right there.
Okay. Was a note attached to it at the time that you got it?
Yes.
And was Mr. Broderick that year to be president of the San Diego Bar Association?
That's what that's a picture of, yes. Him getting, I think that's what it says, him getting installed as the president. And it says with him is Linda Colkina, paralegal and close personal friend of the president-elect.
Now, at some point in time, did you talk to your attorney about the stuff you received in the mail?
Yeah, I showed him that.
Okay, and did he tell you that he talked to anybody about that? Did he tell you he talked to Mr. Broderick?
Right. He told Dan to make it stop.
Did those things stop after that?
Yes. Well, I got other things besides that.
Okay. Now, but before you talked to Mr. Hargraves, were there other things that you got in the mail besides that?
I would get white envelopes typewritten addressed to me with cut-out newspaper ads for wrinkle cream and weight loss clinics and things. And it was all exactly the same time as that, but separate envelopes.
Okay. And did all those things stop after Mr. Hargraves talked to Mr. Broderick about it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were getting the support and your $12,000, and you were taking out your house payments and other things, do you know who was getting the tax benefits for those?
I never got the $12,000, but Dan must have gotten tax benefits.
Okay. Did you have some problems later on because you didn't know that there was taxes that you had to pay out of your money? Remember ever having a problem with all of a sudden having taxes owed that you didn't know were owed?
Not until much later.
Okay, but at some point in time that you became aware that you would not have these tax benefits and there was taxes that were owed?
I tried to have tax questions answered at that time, and I couldn't get any answers because nobody could give me any answers because they didn't know what property I owned and what I didn't own. And if we owned property together and Dan was taking all the tax benefits, then I couldn't get my half of the tax benefit. And we couldn't get any cooperation from his accountant as to what I owned and what were my half of tax benefits on anything. Okay. So there was a lot of confusion then.
On Christmas Day, did you have the children that year?
Which year?
This is 1986.
No.
Okay, were you able to reach them on the telephone?
No.
And do you remember why?
That was the year Kim called me from Dan's den, which is where Dan's phone is that they're not allowed to touch. And what happened was Dan bought the boys a toy that needed batteries, and Dan went out on Christmas morning to get batteries, and Kim ran in the den and called me and said, I have to hurry up before he comes back because the 7-Eleven was just up on the corner. But she said, Merry Christmas, and we're okay, and I got to get off this phone quick, and she told me that the other phone was locked in the closets.
Now, prior to that, at another Christmas time, had there been a discussion with, was there a time that Lee came over upset about not being able to buy you a present?
They told me in the previous Christmas that Dan made them buy presents for Linda but wouldn't give them money to buy presents for me. And they never had any money the next year. so we didn't have any presents.
Had there been, before that time, had you had any type of tradition of Christmas parties or children's parties?
Yes, we had a very large family Christmas party every year with all the families that I knew in La Jolla with young children. And we had Santa, and we had carolers on the stairs, and we had jugglers, and a lady made gingerbread houses one year, and we had a professional storyteller, and it was a huge production with a professional photographer taking pictures of each family with Santa. And when Dan made me stop doing those Christmas parties in 1983, a lot of children didn't know what to do because our party was their Christmas. So we were quite famous for this huge Christmas party we used to have, and then it stopped.
Now, at some point in time in 1987, we're now into January of 1987, did you, with the problems that you were having with Mr. Hargreaves, did you try to get another attorney?
Yes, Mr. Hargreaves filed whatever papers were necessary, I believe, that we would qualify for this reconsideration. But he disappointed me so badly at the one hearing that we had that I didn't want to trust him again. So I was running around like a crazy person trying to find another attorney really fast. And I had appointments every day with other attorneys. And I ended up back in Los Angeles again with Mr. Bill Glucksman.
Okay, now did you hire Mr. Glucksman?
Yes, I did.
And what did you use to hire Mr. Glucksman?
Well, he wanted a $10,000 retainer as usual, and I didn't have $10,000 to give him, so I had a necklace I used to wear all the time, and he took that instead.
Okay. Now, after you hired Mr. Glucksman, did he do some work on your case?
Yes.
Okay. And did he file some paperwork and attend some hearings?
Yes, he was absolutely appalled at the condition of my case.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Mr. How did you feel about Mr. Glucksman?
I thought he was really good, and I thought he would get some results.
Okay. And at that time, did you start seeing any psychologists or psychiatrists? Well, first of all, if I may go back, in January of 1987, did Kim end up living at your house for some period of time?
Yes, she had a fight with Dan, and he threw her out of the house, and she ended up at my doorstep with a bedspread, like a humongous hobo pack with everything she owned in it. She moved into my house.
Did she tell you anything about what was going to happen with support in college?
She just moved into my house because she hated Dan, and they were having this huge fight, and then Dan was away for the weekend, so she stayed the weekend. But on Sunday, when Dan came home from the weekend, he called her at my house. And he said to her that if she stayed with me, that I would not, meaning your mother, will not get 1 cent of child support, and you can just forget about going to college.
Okay. Now, did Kim move out shortly after that?
She went back that day, because we both wanted her to go to college very much.
And did you, at some point in time, did you see a psychiatrist to go into some kind of family counseling with the children?
Yes, I met a Dr. Gerald Nelson from Del Mar at one of these charity groups I belong to. He gave a talk, and I thought he was wonderful, very level-headed, normal guy. And I made an appointment with him right away because my children, especially Danny and Rhett, but Lily and Kim as well, were extremely troubled. Every single one of them was not adapting well to the situation. The girls were doing very badly in school. The boys were threatening to run away, and they were fighting, and they wanted to be with me, and they were depressed and suicidal even. Both boys were written up as suicidal. And so I went to Dr. Nelson about getting help with my children. He is a child psychiatrist.
Now, the doctor, after you talked to Dr. Nelson, did he talk to you about using a Los Angeles attorney?
Yes, among other things. He said that, now, Betty, you're just not being real smart here, going back to L.A. again, because that's where you got in trouble the last time with the sale of the house and the 4-hour notice. You've got to have a San Diego attorney, and he referred me to Tricia Smith, who was literally around the corner from his office.
Okay. Now, also in February of 1987, was there after the hearings in December, did there start being a problem with the support payments? Were you receiving the support payments?
No,
And why not?
I don't know why not.
Okay, at any point in time, did Dan tell you, was there any information given to you as why the payments were delayed?
Well, when Tricia Smith came on the case, the check didn't show up on the first of the month like it was supposed to. And she said, just wait and see what he does. And so we waited, and it didn't come until like the 28th of the month. And his excuse was that the court order did not say that my monthly money was due and payable on the 1st. So he was going to take advantage of another little tiny loophole and make me basically do without it for the next month. And so I had to pay Tricia Smith to rewrite the court order and get that little loophole sewn up.
Do you have a recollection at this time as to whether there was a 2 or 3 month delay in getting your check after the court hearing, getting the support?
I know it was a mess. We didn't get it like we were supposed to. Oh, and he filed an appeal, too.
Now, during February, does either one of your boys have, when is Kim's birthday?
January 24th.
And did you try to have contact with Kim on her birthday? Call her and talk to her?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
I reached the machine, so I didn't get to talk to her. And then she was not given the message.
Okay. In February, what is your boys' birthdays?
14th for Rhett and the 23rd for Danny.
In 1987, were you trying to see your boys on their birthdays?
Yes, they were going skiing for a week, and there was the Friday before they left with a day off from school, and that was Rhett's birthday, and I wanted to have them on the Friday before they left with Dan for a week vacation, and he wouldn't let me have them.
Okay.
And then when I called when they were skiing on their birthday, on Danny's birthday and stuff, he wouldn't let me talk to them.
Was Dan home with the boys on that
On the
Friday?
ski trip?
No, on the Friday before when you wanted them.
No, Dan was at work and the boys had no school. And there was really no reason I thought that they couldn't come, but he just wouldn't let them come.
Were you upset about that?
Of course.
Now, did you eventually hire Miss Smith?
Yes, the same day that Dr. Nelson told me about her, I went and met her. And see, we were on this real...
Suspension.
And did you do something quickly to try to get her hired?
Because of the reconsideration that was going to happen, no matter what attorney I had, it was already a scheduled tick-tock legal thing. We had so many days to do the reconsideration. And yes, I hired her right before the reconsideration was to be done.
And how were you able to pay for her?
She had me sign a mortgage against my house.
I've worked hard all my life. I've gone from being a local reporter to becoming a law student to then even going on to teach other lawyers, all before I came to Court TV. As a journalist, lawyer, and teacher, I learned the secret to success is speaking in your authentic voice. And I bring that lesson to my show, Opening Statements, every morning on Court TV.
Opening Statements with Julie Grant. Weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central. Only on Court TV.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight.
That demanded our attention.
They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before reporting her child missing?
These are the trials that became legendary. And now you can relive them all in one place. Court TV Legendary Trials. Go to courttv.com/legendary trials to find out how to watch.
Now, at this period of time, you still had no court-ordered visitation in 1987?
Right,
And did you still have no right to have contact with your children?
right.
And were you still talking to your children?
As much as I could, yes.
And when they would call you with problems, were you trying to answer their problems?
They still considered me mom, and they still called me with all their problems, and yes, I took care of everything that they could reach me with.
At the time that, when you had hired Mrs. Smith, had any discovery up to that point been done at all in regards to what assets you might have or community assets you might have that you can use?
No, Jaffe did nothing, Hargreaves did nothing, Glucksman was going to, but he didn't have time, and so I'm on the fourth attorney and nothing had been done yet about research into what we had.
Okay. And in the spring of 1987, were any depositions scheduled for Mr. Broderick?
Yes,
Okay. Were those continued at any time?
yes,
Okay. And do you know how many times those were continued?
several times. One time Dan said there was a mix-up, and I don't know, for different reasons they were continued, and
Was that something that you agreed to?
no.
Now, at that time, what was the status of the court that you were in? Was it an open courtroom where they were conducting open business?
The one hearing I had where Mr. Hargreaves was in charge, he agreed against my wishes right in the courtroom to seal the court and the records and the proceedings. That was my first time in court, and they were sealed from my first time there.
Okay. And when you say sealed, what did that mean?
That meant that when we were having a proceeding about my divorce, there was no one allowed to be watching.
Okay, so it didn't...
No one except the principals and their attorneys were allowed in the courtroom. And they even taped up the windows so people couldn't look in.
And how about the court file? Were people able to go to the court file and see what was going on in your case?
No, the court file was also sealed, which meant that nobody but the principals in the case could have access.
Now, who was sometime in, at the time that you went in 1987, were you ever assigned a judge different than Judge Jones?
Yes, then we went to, for some reason, we ended up going to Judge Tony Joseph.
Okay. And when you went to Tony Joseph, was he in the family law court?
It was in this building, but it was for contempt actions, so no, I don't think so.
Well, you went to, the next judge you saw was Tony Joseph.
Tony Joseph,
And
in this building.
What happened when you went into the courtroom the first time that you went to that court?
Well, it was a longer center aisle, and as we walked down the center aisle, it was Tricia Smith and myself and Dan Broderick, and his attorney was behind us, and the judge looked up and saw Dan and said, Mr. Broderick, to what do we owe the honor?
And what was the response?
Well, Dan said hi. They were obviously friends, and my attorney said, "Excuse me, Your Honor, we're here for a proceeding."
And at that point in time, did you object to that judge hearing your proceedings?
Well, he explained on the record what a long-time, good, personal friend he was of my husband's, how they had worked on committees and boards of directors, etc., for many years, and he held my husband in very high regard and esteem. Those are as close as I can get his exact words. And he said, "Is that a problem for you, Mrs. Broderick?" And my attorney told me to say yes. And I said, do I have a choice? And he said no.
Okay. And from that point on, for the next year, did Judge Joseph end up being the judge that heard all the actions in this case?
From that very first day, he retained jurisdiction, which meant that, yes, he would hear all the actions in that case.
Now, when he would hear the actions in the case, did he always remain in this courtroom, or did he move to various courts in the county?
He moved from here to juvenile court, so I had to go to a proceeding in front of him in juvenile court in Kearney Mesa somewhere on Meadowlark, and then he was moved to Vista, and we had to go to proceedings in front of him up in Vista Courthouse.
So the case wasn't reassigned, it stayed with Tony Joseph's?
Yes.
Okay. During that period of time, did you at any time write into the court file?
That was earlier when Mr. Jaffe told me to go check out the court file. Yes.
Okay. And did you go check out the court file?
Yes.
And did you write in it?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of writing in the court file?
It was the first time I had seen a lot of the papers that Dan filed, I guess, in the very beginning of these proceedings, way back in September, October '85, and they were just filled with inaccuracies and total lies. And I'm a school teacher, and I correct things, and I corrected it. And I circled things and wrote in the margin, and I corrected it.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you were in Judge Joseph's court, did anything happen to that court file?
It disappeared.
Did you know where it went to?
Nobody knew where it went to.
Do you know how the court file, was there anything do you know how the court file got re-put together?
I to this day don't know if it got put together.
In this time in 1987, how was the communication between you and Dan? Had it changed at all?
I don't believe there was any. I had Tricia Smith, and so she would communicate with Dan's lawyer, communicate with Dan, and he'd communicate with his lawyer, communicate with my lawyer, communicate with me.
Were the arrangements for visitation still the same? You would talk through the children, and then they would talk to Dan, and then
Yes.
he would decide sometime later?
Right.
Okay. The word, you've heard obviously the tapes and know that you've written it a number of times, and you've referred to Linda Kolkina as the cunt.
Yes.
Where was it that you first heard that word and associated it with Linda Kolkina?
Gail Forbes is a very funny person, and she uses that word.
So it was Gail Forbes who...
When Gail Forbes saw the picture.
Was it Gail Forbes who just...
Yes.
Who just introduced that word to you?
Right.
Okay. Was there times that, and during this period of time, was Linda's voice coming on the answering machine at times?
Yes.
And were you leaving messages on that answering machine?
Yes, and the machine's now been on 86. We're halfway into 87 by now, so I was pretty fed up with the answering machine routine.
Okay.
I was real sick of it.
What was the purpose of, I mean, what was going on with you that you would leave those messages?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, with the reasons that you've indicated before in 1986, as far as the only power that you had, did you still feel that way in 1987?
No, I felt much worse.
Okay. And why did you feel much worse about that?
Because, as we're going over each little incident, I'm saying how I felt about the little incident. But when it was happening way back then, I felt that everything was cumulative. It was one thing and then another thing and then another thing. And by the time we're in now, which is early 87, I was beyond the beyond of craziness and tolerance. And I was just nuts about trying to get a settlement. It was over 2 years after he walked out. I'd been through 4 lawyers. I'd been thrown in jail. The house was sold forcibly. He got the bifurcation, sole custody, no visitation. And I was just I was so stressed in 87. And you can see it in the diary. My writing is like all over the place. And I wasn't functioning at all. And we're getting to the point where Ruth Roth comes along. And I was just screaming and yelling in that machine every chance I got. I'd had it.
Had there been events that had already happened that you felt were events that had really hurt up to that point in time? Any particular ones?
The final event, and the most traumatic event because of the accumulation, I was very traumatized by the forcible sale of a house because I didn't know he could do that, and I thought it was rude and hardball and not a way to handle things. And then when the bifurcation came along, I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could do that and get a divorce and take sole custody. I didn't know that could happen. And then when I went to his house we cut off all the money, and I went there very polite and said, let's talk, what's going on here? And then he had me arrested. It was just, I was so traumatized by being put in a police car and handcuffed and mugshot and thrown in jail when I was merely trying to talk to him that I never really recovered from November 1st, 1986. I had been absolutely traumatized by the way he treated me. And then he wouldn't discuss anything with me. He had already taken everything. And so November 1st, 86 was like the end of the end for me. And then beyond that, I was just so stressed, I wasn't making any sense at all. Ask Tricia Smith.
And during the time when the children were coming over your house and talking to you, how you described them on the phone and the problems they had, was that continuing in 1987?
The kids were doing worse too. Their problems were getting bigger, and they were doing really, by the point in time we are now, early 87, all 4 children were doing very badly.
And did you start finding out in that period of time about things that had happened even before you split up with Dan? Did you find out anything about your dentist or your personal doctors?
I found out that Dan had been sending Linda there for years to our personal doctors.
And was that even before you were split up?
Yes.
Okay. And were you hearing anything from the doctors that they were being told by Linda Kolkina?
Yeah, Linda Kolkina was very talkative and very proud of certain accomplishments of hers, and she was very talkative at the dentist and stuff about what she had done and what she had accomplished and what a bitch I was and everything. And I would hear that back from these people. These people were my personal physicians and things for over 10 years before Linda came along. So they had a lot of loyalty to me.
Okay. And were you involved, were you trying to stay involved in the children's school?
Always, yes.
Okay. And did you go down there and participate in activities at the school when you could?
Yes, I was room mother for several years at different things, and I worked on auctions and parties and clubs. And
At some times when the children were with Dan and you had no visitation rights, were you getting calls from the school about the condition of the children?
yes, the teachers would call me because they felt they could talk to me because they knew me, and they didn't really know Dan. He was never present at anything at school. So they would call me and see if I could help deal with the problem with the children.
Was there any calls about some children going to school very sick?
Yes, and this was over several different years. It wasn't one incident. Several different teachers had called me about Rhett being inappropriate, especially Rhett, the youngest, being inappropriately dressed, having holes in his shoes and the shoes flapping so that his foot was on the ground, and the teacher thought he'd fall down the stairs and get hurt. So she wanted him to have new shoes. A different teacher had him in school in the middle of winter in little shorts and a little shirt, and I went to Nordstrom and got him clothes and went straight to school and dressed him in better clothes. And they were appearing at school to not be cared for children. Nobody was supervising how they went off in the morning.
Would you get calls out of being too sick at school and needed to get a hold of someone to take them?
Yes, I went to pick the kids up at school. Teachers were supposed to call Dan because he was sole custodian, but they couldn't reach Dan, so then they'd call me, and I, particularly one time, dropped everything, went running to school to pick up Rhett, and as I was picking him up, Dan already had him and was driving away, and he was very sick, and Dan took him to the office with him.
Okay. Now, showing you what's been marked as H and I for identification, do you recognize these shoes?
Those are some of them, yes.
And these are some of the ones that the children were wearing to school?
Yes, not even the worst ones.
Okay. And how about what has been identified L for identification. Do you recognize that?
That was Kim.
Okay. Is this the condition that Kim usually liked to wear her shoes?
No, and if you can tell from all these things, they were good products to start with. Very expensive, very good products. It was just, they were not cared for.
You've seen, there was a dress that was marked as K for identification. Do you remember this dress?
That's from the rats in the rental home.
And what has been marked as J for identification? Do you recognize these clothes?
That's only one item from a bunch of clothes I saved to take to court to show the court during the custody thing that these children were not being cared for. There were other bathing suits and other shirts that were torn and stained. And again, they're good products. It's just they weren't, no one was supervising what the children wore.
There was a, do you remember a time on having problems with the kids at school because of lice in their hair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a call about taking care of that?
Not particularly from the school. I picked the boys up on a Friday night, and they both had a terrible infestation, if that's what you call it, of lice, both of them.
In 1987, did you have any particular feeling about how you were feeling about being, did you feel like you were alone at that time, or any feelings that you had of isolation or anything?
Well, I was alone ever since '85, living in the house all by myself, and I had no family around. And I had lots of friends, but they were social friends. They weren't the kind of friends that you go to with really deep problems, personal problems. So I really didn't feel like I had anybody to confide in. And I felt isolated, yes. I felt alone.
Yeah.
I felt afraid.
And by that time in the divorce proceedings, did you feel that you had any power base whatsoever?
No, because I didn't. I had no real way to defend myself against Dan, and I had no way to get back at him at all. And so when he would do stuff to me, all I could do would call him names back. And he hated it.
Now, in 1987, were you supposed to have the children for Easter?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something where there was plans made for that?
Yes, extensive plans. I was supposed to have them for the whole week.
Okay. And had that been arranged ahead of time?
Yes, we had lots of plans. Literally, I had written a schedule where each child could pick one day, and then they'd get to say what we did that day.
Did Ruth Roth come into the picture sometime around then?
Right around then, yes.
Okay. And what was your attitude about Ruth Roth?
Well, she wouldn't talk to me or listen to at all why I might have been like I was when she met me, screaming and yelling and very, very angry at what I had been put through. She kept saying she didn't want to listen to what I'd been put through. Like, well, if you don't listen to what has happened here, you're not going to understand why I'm like this and why this kid situation is like this and why. You have to hear what we've all been put through for all these years. And she didn't want to listen to anything. She just wanted to know what I wanted to do with the kids that week. And I said what I wanted to do with the kids that week was get a settlement. I have to get a settlement of this whole thing. And Tricia Smith was on the job and working as hard as she could to get a settlement. But she wasn't getting any cooperation from Dan.
Now, did it seem like things were happening fairly fast at that time when you saw Ruth Roth?
From the November 1st arrest until the time of Ruth Roth, everything happened really fast. You know, I got arrested, I was frantic for the money, I got Hargreaves. Hargreaves was a disaster.
Your Honor, the question's been answered.
Your Honor, I have another board that shows January through June of 1987. And it's been marked as H5 for identification. I'd like to be able to put that up.
Certainly.
And Your Honor, I would ask the court to take some judicial notice of some court proceedings that took place during this period of time. On January 7th of 1987, there was a motion for reconsideration of support filed by would be the defendant, the respondent in the action, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
January 12th, there was a service of an order to show cause in a contempt hearing that was filed on that day.
Take notice of that.
There was on January 14th, a order to show cause contempt.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was on January 15th an amended order to show cause support filed by the defendant, who would have been the respondent in that case, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On January 26th, there was a declaration filed in regards to the order to show cause contempt, and the declaration raised support and a summary of expenses and an order in regards to the support.
That also was filed by the defendant.
Yes, that's right here. Defendant filed.
Take judicial notice of that.
No, I believe defendant filed. That was filed, and she filed a response to that declaration.
January 26th, 87 was a response declaration filed by the defendant's attorney at the time.
Yes.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 29th of January, there was another declaration with support points and authorities, and a declaration of a response declaration to the order to show cause. Points and authorities and declaration of a CPA raised support.
Take judicial notice of that.
That was filed by the defendant. On February 3rd, there was a contempt hearing that was continued. There was a hearing in regards to custody and visitation and support that was continued. An income and expense declaration and an ex parte appearance seeking visitation and a motion to change venue that was filed by the defendant.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a hearing on February 3rd, contempt hearing that was continued.
You just read February 3rd.
You're up to February 9th.
I'm sorry, February 9th. A contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 18th of February, there was service of an order to show cause, a psychiatric evaluation, and that was filed on the defendant's attorney, points and authorities, and a declaration in regards to custody and a declaration in regards to attorney fees.
Take judicial notice of that.
On February 20th, there was a declaration filed in regards to attorney fees. And on the 23rd, there was a hearing in regards to psychiatric evaluation, a hearing in regards to change of venue that was set on this date but continued. There was a hearing in regards to custody that was taken off calendar.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was no appearance by the defendant.
Yes.
Or her attorney, is that correct?
No, I believe it was just no appearance by the defendant.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was on February 25th, there was notice of hearings.
filed on the attorney's own?
Yes, on attorneys.
Take notice of that.
On February 27th, there was service of a responsive declaration that was filed on defendant's attorney.
There's notice of that.
On March 2nd, on March 3rd, I'm sorry, there was a hearing on attorney fees and costs that was continued. Again, there was no appearance by the defendant.
Just notice of that.
There was personal service on a order to show cause contempt hearing on March 13th.
Just notice of that.
On March 17th, there was a hearing in regards to custody and support. Was taken off calendar with no appearance by any of the parties.
Did you just notice of that?
On March 26th, there was personal service and another contempt, in order to show cause contempt.
Did you just notice of that?
On March 30th, there was further proceedings in regards to the contempts. They were continued, and a motion for peremptory disqualification was filed by the defendant.
Did you just notice of that?
There was contempt, the contempt hearing, the defendant received a 5-day contingent sentence that was suspended.
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Did you just notice of that?
There was a hearing on April 21st, a contempt hearing that was continued.
Did you just notice of that?
Contempt hearing there was a contempt hearing that was set for the 22nd. There was a trial setting conference on the 24th. Set for this date with appearances by attorneys only.
Did you just notice of that?
There was no appearance by either side in the April 22nd hearing.
Yeah, on the contempt hearing, that matter, there was no appearance.
But the appearance by attorneys only was for the trial setting conference on April 24th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
On April 29th, there was a receipt of the order to show cause in the contempt hearings.
Did you just notice of that?
There was a notice on May. On May 28th, there was a contempt hearing.
Did you just notice of that?
There was a sentence of 25 days. And eventually 19 were suspended, and there was a receipt of an order to show cause on a contempt.
Did you just notice of that?
On June 8th, there was a contempt hearing that was set for this date, no appearance by either party.
Did you just notice of that?
On June 11th, there was receipt of records and documents that were ordered sealed.
Did you just notice of that?
On the 22nd of June, there was a contempt hearing which was continued by telephone, no appearance by any of the parties.
Take notice of that.
And on June 29th, there was an application for order extending time to file appellant's opening brief.
Did you just notice of that?
Now, Mrs. Broderick, when your attorney would get paperwork in regards to the divorce, were you getting copies of that paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you at least trying to schedule some time where you could be present during those hearings?
Yes.
30 minutes over a cup of coffee. Queen to H5 at the park. Thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, confetti emojis. Loaded nachos at halftime. A spin dash for the win. Best 2 out of 3. And the time it takes to enjoy a slice or two, you can make a difference. Because yeah, mentorship sounds huge, but the truth is, it takes little to be big.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight.
That demanded our attention.
They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before reporting her child missing?
These are the trials that became legendary. And now you can relive them all in one place. Court TV Legendary Trials. trials. Go to courttv.com/legendary trials to find out how to watch.
Now, when you were supposed to have the Easter vacation with the boys, did you go to pick the boys up?
Yes, they wanted me to be there early, so I'd be right in front of the school.
And did you go there?
Yes, I was there early.
And had you made preparation as far as activities, food?
Yes, I did all the shopping and preparing.
Sustained.
What kind of preparations did you do?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe I asked her what the preparations were.
She just testified to what she did. She bought food, etc. Nobody moved to strike the answer, so the answer's in. Go ahead.
When you arrived there early, what happened?
Dan was pulling away from the school with Rhett in the car.
Okay. Now, when Dan was pulling away with Rhett in the car, what kind of car were you driving?
I had a little rental Chevrolet because the Suburban was in getting fixed.
Okay. And did you do anything when you saw Dan pulling away with Rhett?
Yes, I went after him. He was in the MG Midget.
Okay. And did anyone tell you that the boys were not going to be able to spend that week with you?
No.
Before then?
I think Tricia Smith may have called me just before I left the house and said something about she didn't think that I could have visitation, but I promised the boys I'd be there early, and so I went there early anyway. Okay. But I thought I was getting them.
Okay. And when you, what did you do when you say you chased him? What did you do?
I followed him around the corner because he didn't know it was me. Nobody would know it was me in that little car.
And so what happened?
So he pulled over, and I pulled over next to him, and I didn't get out of the car. And they were two little cars. So, and I don't know if he didn't have the top down, but his window was open, and I said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said that Ruth Roth said that I couldn't have visitation for the week because I wouldn't stop using bad language. And Rhett was crying.
Okay. And at some point later on, did you find out were the boys told anything else about your visitation, Danny?
Well, Danny was told that I changed my mind. That's why they couldn't come to my house for the weekend, is because I changed my mind, and I was absolutely furious that he told them that. And that's when the phone call comes in.
Okay. Now, during the time that you went and saw Ruth Roth, you've heard her testimony basically saying that you weren't going to stop using bad words. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
I had felt so overwhelmed and so taken advantage of by Dan Broderick in every aspect of my life. He was still controlling every aspect of my life. My children, my money, my home, absolutely everything. But I wouldn't let him control what I said or what I thought.
Did Ruth Roth tell you during that meeting that what you said was going to be known to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Now, you've heard a conversation that you had with Danny that was tape recorded. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And was there anything unusual that was happening during Danny at that period of time?
Yes, Danny was suicidal. He was threatening to run away from home. He was extremely upset and angry at the position that he found himself in. He hadn't gone to court yet, I don't think, to speak to judges. He wanted to be with me, and he was being told he couldn't be with me, and he was very upset. And Ruth Roth told me that it was healthy for Danny to vent his anger.
Okay. And did you find Danny during that period of time on a number of occasions was venting some anger he'd never vented before?
He was hysterical on that phone call. It was the Easter vacation, and he felt horrible. He wanted to be with me. Everything was changed, and he was told it was changed because I wouldn't stop calling Dan names. So he thought if I would just agree to stop calling Dan names, which is what he was told by his father, then maybe he could come live with me.
Okay. And was there a reason that you continued to call Dan names?
Well, there was never that agreement that if I stopped calling Dan names, the boys would come live with me. That was just what was going on with Ruth Roth and Dan at the time. And I thought Tricia Smith was working on a settlement and the boys would be living with me shortly anyway. that that there would be an end to this thing. We're still back in March of '87, and I kept thinking there was going to be an end to this any minute.
Okay. Now, were there other times when you talked to Danny during that period of time where he was expressing anger different than he had before?
Yes.
Did, as you sit and listen to that tape, did you think that your language was appropriate?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Danny was very upset and crying, and I was very upset and crying on that tape. It was a very upsetting time for all of us.
So why were you using the language, do you know?
I was just going rah, 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 rah. I was just mad. I was just trapped, and I wanted to get it over with, and that's the way it came out. A lot of frustration.
Now, when you hired Tricia Smith, did you have a understanding of what you were hiring her for?
Yes, I liked her very much. She was extremely competent. She took control of this case and went in for that reconsideration like that. She requested Dan's documents, as we said, for the first time. She was going to do what you have to do to get a settlement. Requested all of his tax returns and information on all of her investments. She scheduled depositions for the first time of Dan to ask him these questions in person. And I think she told me when I hired her that she'd have it over with by May.
Okay. Now, did there end up being some problems in getting that discovery? Was she able to get it?
No, she was not able to get it.
And during the time that Tricia Smith represented you, what did most of her work consist of?
Most of her work consisted of representing me on criminal contempt charges, with no time being able to be spent on settling the divorce.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were in on contempt charges, you did get some jail time, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, was there anybody who was making the decisions? Was there a jury that was making that, a judge?
Judge Joseph in sealed courtrooms.
Okay. And I've read off that there was contempt hearings in April, May, and June. Were you attending those contempt hearings?
Yes, I had to.
Okay. During the time that there were going through those hearings, was there ever a time where you made a request as to being able to have access to the children on the phone?
Yes, most of these contempts were because...
Excuse me, non-responsive.
First of all, answer, did you make the request to...
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of making the request?
It's because this was the continuing, ongoing problem with the answering machine keeping me from the kids, and I'd get angry, and then they'd tape it on purpose, and then they'd go to court and say, she's calling me names, she's calling me names, and I'd get sent to jail and fined, and they wouldn't stop, they wouldn't get off the machine. So after sentencing me to 21 days in jail for calling Dan names on the machine, the judge ordered Dan to take the girlfriend off the machine, and that was the end of that.
Okay. Was there a point in time where, now when you say that you were sentenced for at times for the messages on the machine, was that from the original stay-away order? In other words, the order that said stay not within 100 yards and not to annoy Dan Broderick?
I never was aware of an order that I couldn't call my kids. I was aware of this vague one in Coral Reef, stay 100 yards away from the residence, and neither party shall annoy, harass, or bother. That's what it said. And it was my contention in court.
Stay.
Did you feel at that time that by calling your children that you were annoying Dan Broderick?
No, I thought them on the answering machine was annoying, harassing, and bothering me, which was the point of Linda being on the answering machine. If they would just get off the answering machine, my kids and I were back and forth with no problem ever.
Now, at some point in time, when you first got sentenced, did you write a letter to Judge Joseph?
Yes, I did.
And did you eventually get out of jail sooner than the days you were sentenced to?
He told my attorney that.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Did you get out of jail sooner than had been contemplated by
Yes.
that? Okay. And at the time that, when you got out of jail, how would you describe your feelings at that time?
I had written Judge Joseph this letter that said that this is not the legal system that I learned about in school and that I later taught about in school. Where is my public trial by jury? This is a private trial by self-professed, longtime good friend of my husband's, and I thought it was gang rape. And I said that in that letter. I thought I was being grossly unfairly treated and taken advantage of. And I said I was going to complain about him to the Judicial Council of the State of California for his handling of this case. Tricia Smith proved in that
Objection,
courtroom.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
During the period of time that you were, after you got out of jail, did you start getting served with papers again?
The day I got home, yes, I got more papers.
Now, during the time that Tricia Smith was, during this period of time when they were, when work was being done on your case, was there any background being done on Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about his influences with the court?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because when Tricia Smith was doing all of her investigative work insofar as what we had and Dan's qualifications as a parent, she came upon his drunk driving records and how some of the tickets were missing and some of them were fixed and some of them were for driving too slow, and she thought that was very suspicious.
Did you find any that a number of his court files had ended up being missing from the system?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good place to take the recess, Mr. Irvin.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. See you at 3 o'clock.
Now, in '87, were you having problems with Kim in regards to clothes and taking other items?
Not just in '87, yes.
Okay, and what kind of problems were they?
Typical mother-daughter teenage problems is that she'd take swimsuits, earrings, sunglasses, makeup, rings, clothes, shoes, stockings, everything. But being that we didn't live together in the same house, she'd take my stuff and go to Dan's house, and then I had the restraining order, so I couldn't go get my things back.
Okay, are there times that you did go over to, that you did go over to Cyprus and get those items back?
Many times, yes.
Okay, and were you having problems getting Kim to return them when you would call?
Yes, it seemed a one-way street. You know, she'd borrow all the stuff because my stuff she thought was better than her stuff when she'd get to the house, and it would be gone. And then the next time she'd come, she'd borrow more stuff, and it would be gone. It was a one-way street that way, and then I'd occasionally go over and scoop my stuff up and get it back.
Okay.
And send it to the cleaners, and the cycle would begin again.
Now, during the at any time, well, sometime after you got out of jail in 1987, did you end up having somebody live at your house for some period of time?
I had Maria living there for a while, and then I had a lady from Canada and her daughter living there for a while.
Okay. And do you remember what her name was?
Lucy Peridin,
Okay.
and her daughter Laurel.
And you had mentioned before that at least in 1985 that you were involved in some community activities. Were you still involved in those community activities?
Not really. At this stage, I was too involved in trying to get a settlement, and I was pretty stressy, and I didn't feel capable of performing any of the duties that went along with those committees and things. So I had basically dropped out of everything.
Okay. Did at some point you try at least to stay in some of them?
Yes,
Okay. And did, was there any problems that you were having with Lee during this period of time?
yes.
And what problems were you having with Lee?
I'm not real good on exactly which problems at which time. But Lily had a problem at school. Is that what we're talking about?
Did she call you in regards to helping with that problem
Yes.
at school?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time that Lee had, when she had a problem in school and because of drugs?
Yes.
And did she do anything at that time?
Dan let Lee leave the private school she was in and go to La Jolla High, which I was against. And she wasn't even there a few months, and she got in this trouble of getting caught with drugs. She had had no trouble at Bishop's, but she got in with the wrong crowd at La Jolla High, and it was a disaster from the very beginning. And so she didn't get thrown out of school. She was supposed to meet with Dan and the principal and Lee, but she was so afraid of Dan getting mad at her that she never went back to school.
Okay. Did she run away at that time?
Yes, she ran away from Dan's house. That's where she was living.
Okay. Did you do anything to find her at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
She called me. I knew where she was, kind of.
Okay. And did she come to you at all?
Yes, and she lived with me on and off.
Okay. Was there any problems when she came to live with you? Was there any problems with that Dan was saying with her living with you that you know of?
I don't know about what Dan said, but there were problems that I had with Lee living with me.
Okay. At any time did you have to? Were the problems enough that you had to do something to try to, where she was just missing, where neither you nor Dan knew where she was?
At one point, she took one of my cars and disappeared, yes.
And did you do anything to try to find her at that time?
I reported the car stolen to the San Diego police, but they couldn't find her or the car.
Did you do anything? Did you hire anybody to look for her?
Not that time, I didn't.
Okay. Did, at some point in time, was she missing at a point where you hired someone to look for her?
Yeah,
Okay. If you can just tell me when that was, you know.
it's the next time.
Okay. The, in the summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere? Go out of state on a vacation?
The Hawaii trip. Are we off the Lee and the Kim and all
Yes,
that?
let's go back to a time where we know we were in 1987.
Okay.
Summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere?
I bought at the Bishop's auction a trip to Hawaii for the children and myself. And that's important that I bought it at the auction, which is why when we were leaving and Dan wouldn't let the kids come, I couldn't get my money back. My money went to the Bishop's school. It didn't go to the hotel or the airlines or anything.
Okay. Did you make plans for the children to go to that?
As much as I could with no custody, as I discussed it with the kids and they wanted to go, I wanted them to go. It was summertime. They had no other plans. There didn't seem to be any reason to me that they couldn't go. But Dan wouldn't let them go at the last minute.
Okay, so that was a decision that was made at the last minute.
Exactly. The day I was leaving, they couldn't go.
Okay, now what kind of place did you go to? Was it a...
It was a family place. It was all families and children and on the waterfront beach. And it was a very family place. And I had a 2-bedroom condo.
Okay, and did you go on that trip?
I was torn of whether to go or not the day I was leaving because I'd never been to Hawaii, neither had the children. And my choice was go to Hawaii by myself or not go at all and lose the whole trip. So I did end up going by myself just to see what Hawaii was like.
Did you ever tell the children that they couldn't go?
No, they know they were supposed to go.
In if I could put up another board, Your Honor, for
Certainly. H-6.
it would be July through December, Your Honor, of 1987.
So marked.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on July 6th of 1987, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
And on July 10th, there was a trial setting for the date of July 10th. There was no appearance by any parties.
That it was served on the attorneys.
Yeah, that was the date that it was originally set, and they did not have a trial, and there was no appearance.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was, on July 22nd, there was a notice of a hearing that was served.
Take judicial notice of that.
Served on the attorneys.
On the attorneys only. That's July 22nd.
Take judicial notice of that.
On August 12th, there was an OSC contempt filed.
Take judicial notice of that.
On August 19th, there was receipt of requests that suspended sentence be imposed.
Take notice of that.
On August 25th, there was a contempt hearing continued. File was not available. Appearance by Mr. Berry and no appearance by the defendant or Mr. Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On September 9th, there was a filing of appellant's opening brief.
Take notice of that.
On July 21st, on September 21st, there was a contempt hearing which was continued.
Take notice of that.
On September 22nd, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take notice of that.
On September 24th, there was an order to show cause in regard to telephone orders that were filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
There was a hearing on October 5th. The contempt hearing was off calendar. File was not available. There was no appearance by either party, and there was a receipt for records and tape recordings.
Take notice of that.
On October 26th, there was a dismissal of contempts with prejudice.
Take notice of that.
On December 2nd, there was a notice of hearing.
Take notice of that.
That was served on the attorneys. And on December 3rd, there was a contempt hearing off calendar. No appearances by any parties.
Take notice of that.
On December 7th, the respondent's reply brief was filed.
Take notice of that.
Now, at the time that you were sentenced on the contempt hearings, were there still other matters, other hearings? There was a series of contempt filed against you, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were, when you received your sentence, that was for some of them, there were some that were still to be heard at some other time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the car accident, what did you do? Did Lee, when she took the car, did anything happen?
That's how I got the car back. The San Diego police never got it as a stolen car. It was involved in an accident.
Okay. And did you do anything with Lee at that time?
I met her in Ocean Beach where the accident was, and she got in my car, yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
We went straight to the McDonald's Center in La Jolla.
Okay. And was she upset about you checking her into the center at that time?
Oh, we were both upset. She wasn't She wasn't as upset as I was. I was upset about her having a drug problem and being dropped out of school and stealing the car and stealing money from me and being missing from home. I was more upset than she was. But she wasn't happy about being checked into the McDonald Center.
At some point, did Lee end up being missing from McDonald's?
I think she only stayed 2 or 3 days, and then she walked out. It's not a lockup drug rehab. She was free to walk out. She walked out in the middle of the night and called me from UTC and said, come get her, about midnight one night.
Okay. Well, at some point in time, did you look for her after she left that hospital?
I didn't know she had left until she called me, and then I went directly and picked her up. And then I tried to get her back in because I convinced her that that was a mistake walking out, go back in, and they wouldn't take her back in because once you walk out, you're out. They wouldn't take her.
Okay. Do you remember at a time where you ever hired some people to go find Lee?
Yes, she lived with me for a while after the McDonald thing, and I told her if I ever catch you with any, she said she didn't belong in McDonald's, that they were all addicts and this and that, and she wasn't one. I said, okay, I'll believe you, but if I catch you one more time with anything, you're back in. And so I overheard her on a telephone conversation, and the friend said, oh, I've got some rocks or something, and so I knew she was still doing stuff, and she knew I was after her, so she ran away again. Yeah. And then I hired private investigators, and we arrested her. We privately arrested her.
Now, did you call Dan about trying to get him to help you with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard a phone message that was played here in court in regards to the problems that Lee was having. Do you remember, was that in regards to this?
Yes.
Okay. And did Dan do anything to help find Lee?
No, he threw her out of the house. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, and he wrote her out of his will.
Okay. Now, did you check Lee back into a hospital again?
Yes, but this time it was San Luis Rey, and it was a lockup unit. She was going to stay there this time. What was she like at that time? She was absolutely furious at me. She was yelling and screaming. She almost threw my purse out the window of the car. She was not happy about being locked up in this place.
Okay. And how did you feel about that?
I was very upset about the whole situation. I didn't know much about drug addiction. I had never seen any kind of drugs. I didn't know how to judge if my own daughter was under the influence or not. I just didn't know the signs to look for. I did not know the seriousness of her problem, but I thought if she went in one of these programs, they would be in a better position to know how bad her problem was. They weren't going to beat her. I was there every day. You know, it wasn't awful. It was a nice place, and they had nice food, and they were nice people, but she couldn't run away from this one.
Was there a program there for parents attending and aftercare?
Both at McDonald's and San Luis Rey, the addiction programs are family therapy programs. It's a family problem, and it's treated as such, alcoholism and drug addiction, that the family has to come in for a week of therapy at McDonald's. And I had to go to meetings every night as a parent at San Luis Rey.
Did you go to those meetings?
Yes, every night.
Did Dan attend any of those meetings?
No.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were going through the divorce, did any people try to get you to go into a hospital?
Yes.
And what kind of hospital did they try to get you into?
Lynn McGuire and Hillary Brady tried to send me to a codependency program in Florida.
Okay. Now, these were people who were involved in the legal community, or husbands were involved with Dan?
One of them is married to a lawyer, but they're both involved in alcoholics and codependency treatment as therapists.
Okay. And was there a reason that they were sending you to that kind of hospital?
Yes, they thought that was my problem, is that Dan was an alcoholic and I was in an alcoholic marriage and I had codependency issues, and that I really needed to go to one of these programs.
Did you go to the program?
At the time they wanted me to. No, I couldn't. I couldn't leave the house in La Jolla empty and go to Florida. It was in the beginning of the divorce, and I was afraid he'd sell the house if I left.
fastest gun in the West.
That's right.
Is a magnet for trouble.
Now why'd you have to show up?
Rory Calhoun is the Texan.
Scared?
Every Thursday night on Grid Extra.
He's a coyote. He works for the cartel. Without a border, you don't have a country.
These men can be out there running around with their guns. I thought that we had laws against vigilantism.
We do not want people to stop migrants.
You think we're being watched right now?
It's not going to be too long before these guys get hot on their triggers and end up killing somebody.
Crossing the Line on In Real Life. New episodes Sunday night at 8/7 Central. Only on Scripps News.
Now, sometime in 1987, did you have some family visit you from back east?
Yes, I had a cousin and his wife and 3 children, and I had my brother Frank and his wife and their 2 children, and I had another family from Eastchester, New York, a mother and father and 3 children come visit, because I lived near the beach and had a real nice house, and they came to visit.
Okay, and was this during the summer?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a time when you tried to get your children to be able to go with you to a family outing with all their children?
Yes, especially with my brother Frank and his kids. My kids had never met their first cousins that live in Tennessee, and they're very compatible in ages. And it turned out that Mag and Frank went to a convention in Las Vegas and left their children with me, and I wanted to take their children and my children to Warner Springs Ranch so they'd have fun together, and Dan wouldn't let my kids meet their cousins.
Okay.
Wouldn't let them go.
Was there anything the children were doing? Were they out of town, or were they just...
No, they were home, doing nothing in Marston Hills.
Now, around the late fall or early winter of 1987, did you plan a trip to go anywhere?
I think I actually planned that trip during the Christmas holidays. It was a rainy Christmas that year. It was my 3rd Christmas all alone. I was extremely, extremely depressed. In fact, totally suicidal. And I was sitting in the kitchen, and I had a newspaper, and I was just thinking to myself, I mean, everything's in the toilet here. My whole life is in the toilet here. What can I possibly do to cheer myself up or to make something feel better? And I called a 1-800 number and put a Club Med trip to Tahiti on my credit card. And I thought maybe that would help.
Did it help at all?
No, I took the stress and the fear and everything of the legal stuff with me to Tahiti, and I tossed and turned in Tahiti, and I laid on the beach in Tahiti thinking, what are you doing here? You've got to get home and get this settled. It's not going to go away if you go to Tahiti for 10 days.
Now, did you, when you went to Tahiti, was there any pets that you had possession of?
At that stage, the dogs were back and forth. At that stage, the 2 Shih Tzu little furry dogs that we had were at my house.
Okay. Now, I had showed you a picture of a dog and their puppy.
Right, that's one.
Was that one of and that was Defense WW for identification. Was that one of the dogs?
That's Muffin and the puppies, right.
Okay. And whose dogs were they?
They were particularly the boys' dogs. Danny owned Topsy, and Brett owned Muffin.
Okay. And during that period of time when you went to Tahiti, did you do anything with the dogs?
Yes, I called up the boys and said I was going away on a vacation. And I also went up to Pasadena for Christmas, so I was going to be away. And I said, you've got to take care of your dogs. So they said, okay, fine. And I drove over there and I dropped the dogs and their food and their little dishes and their leashes and this little foam bed they have that they sleep in.
Okay. Now, at that time in 1987, did you have any custody of the boys at all?
No.
And did you have any visitation with the boys?
No.
Did you have other...
Your Honor, I think that you must have misspoken. There was a lot of visitation. There was no order of visitation order.
I
Stipulates that.
I misspoke that. All right. have a letter that appears to be 5 pages long.
Date?
Christmas 1987.
Mark ZZ.
I'm sorry, marked.
ZZ, double Z.
Thank you.
Before I go to that, may I ask a few questions first, John?
Certainly.
Okay. When you came back from Tahiti, were you served with any new court papers?
Yes, the day I came back, I was served with papers that I was in contempt for coming within 100 yards and dropping the dogs off.
Okay. And
Your Honor, excuse me, there were 8 counts of contempt in that action, not just 1.
Your Honor, she has cross-examination.
Clear that up on cross. Go ahead.
Were you served with a contempt paper that involved a dog?
Yes.
Now, was Tricia Smith still the attorney on the case?
Yes.
And was she upset about not having moved forward at all on the divorce case, the property part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another letter that's marked AAA for identification. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's a letter that I believe is 3 pages dated January 15th, 1988, somewhere. Has been marked as AAA for identification. Do you recognize that letter?
Yes.
Now, when you had Tricia Smith as your lawyer at that time, were you still trying to, was the purpose still that she would move forward on the divorce itself?
That was the sole and only point of having a lawyer, yes.
Okay. And did there end up being another contempt hearing in regards to the dogs and the other items that were on the contempt order?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of, where was that contempt hearing held?
I believe it was in Vista.
Okay, in front of what judge was that held?
Judge Joseph.
And was the courtroom open?
Of course not.
Okay. And was there a jury, or
No.
was that a court trial?
It was just Dan and the judge and me, and Dan's attorney.
Now, did you attend that hearing?
Yes, I did.
Was Tricia Smith present for that hearing?
Yes, she was.
Okay, did she represent you for that hearing?
No, didn't want her to.
And why was that?
Because I thought it was a total waste of money and a perversion of the legal system for Dan Broderick to be using the public courtrooms and the judge and the public court system for a personal vendetta against me about really stupid things. And I was supposed to be paying lawyers $250 an hour, and I just thought it was total nonsense. It was a joke, and I didn't want to waste any more legal fees playing games like that.
Did you think that anything Ms. Smith could do to win that hearing?
Excuse me?
Did you think that there was anything that she could do to win those hearings?
I don't know.
Now, did you also have a Christmas party planned that year?
Yes.
Were you able to have that party?
This is December 87, right?
Yes.
Yes, I did have the party.
Okay.
And it was...
What kind of party was it?
It was a miniature version of the party we used to have where it was our good friends and their spouses and their children, where it was good for the kids to get together at someone's house for the holidays. And I had a full buffet, and the kids were now older. The kids were in range from 8 to 15, 16 by that time. They weren't little kids anymore. And everyone brought their children.
Were your children able to attend that party?
No, Dan would not let them come on the day that it happened. And he had plenty of notice. It was planned for quite a while.
Now, after the contempt hearing, did Miss Smith remain your attorney?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Was there any time that she stopped representing you?
She stopped representing me on the contempts only because it was my wish, but I wanted her to continue representing me on the divorce to get this thing settled.
Okay, and was there any time that stopped also?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was into 88.
Okay. Well, if we had the first hearing was the contempt hearing on that involved the dogs was in 88, would it have been at that time that her representation of you stopped?
Not particularly. We had a discussion, the judge and she and myself, that I wanted her to continue on the case to settle the divorce. And the judge was very upset that nothing had been done on this case yet. And she complained that Dan hadn't sent the discovery over. And there was this big discussion in the courtroom. But I think she got married the next day after that court thing and went on a honeymoon. And when she came back, she didn't want to continue on the case.
Okay. Now, what happened to you at that contempt hearing?
I was fined a lot of money, but I don't remember. It's $10,000.
Okay.
Fine.
And
for dropping the dogs off, but not sentenced to jail.
Okay. Now, at the sometime later on, in the spring of 1987, where was Danny going to school?
He was still going to Francis Parker.
Okay.
In the 6th grade.
Okay. Now, sometime in the spring of 1987, did you go to a ski vacation during ski week? Did you go on?
Yes.
In 88, I'm sorry.
In 88, I took Lee skiing because Dan took our whole family skiing, meaning the other 3 children and Linda, to our regular condo that we owned in Keystone, but he cut Lee out of it. Lee is an excellent skier, and I felt so sorry for her that I brought her skiing in Utah. But no matter what I did for her, I couldn't make up for the fact that she was not with her family and her brothers and sisters, and it was really sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
But I did the best I could.
Okay. And did you do anything about, at that point in time, did you do anything when you were on that vacation?
Yeah, she was basically unhappy. She didn't want to be with me.
Stand. Okay. Did you do anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do?
Lee was out skiing, and she didn't want to ski with me, so I was in the hotel, and I wrote what people refer to now as a book. But I wrote this thing in one sitting, which was like the story so far up to that point of what had happened in the marriage and the affair and my whole life. And I wrote it because I was so scared of what was coming up in court next, and I really was very suicidal, and I wanted to leave something in writing in case I killed myself, so the kids would know what happened here. It wasn't just what Dan was saying was going on.
Okay, now did you talk about Dan in that book?
Sure.
And did you talk with him and looking back on the anger you felt at the time, the depression?
I'm sure. I haven't read it in a real long time, but I just wrote it at one sitting, and yeah, it was in 1988, and that's why I wrote it. I was very depressed.
Okay.
And very scared of what was happening in court and out of control and stuff.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that in 1976, when you went to the marriage encounter, you wrote there what your feelings were about Dan and why you married him. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was that accurate?
yes,
Okay. And was that the way you felt about Dan up until the time of 1983 when problems arose?
yes.
And this is the marriage encounter that's marked Y for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask whether the jury can read that.
Vertical?
Yes.
I have no objection to that.
Yes, there's an objection, Your Honor. Counsel knows it. We can talk about it in sidebar, but there's no objection.
Well, he's talking about her book.
Yes.
Come on up.
And when you wrote this, these documents, I'd like you to look at the first page here. Does that tell you, does that help you in remembering the date that you wrote that this happened?
Yes.
And what was the date that this happened?
The weekend was November 5th, 6th, and 7th of 1976.
And now, in the marriage encounter itself, are there letters that you wrote to Dan?
Yes.
And how would you, was there any way you would start the letters?
This one says, Darling Dan.
And did you write a number of letters to Dan in there?
Yes.
Did you talk to Dan about how you felt towards him when you were younger?
Yes.
When you two first met?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you describe that, if you can recall?
I just thought he was great. I thought he was fun, he was smart, he was the man that I chose to devote my life to.
Did you talk about, did you talk in there about love letters, sending love letters, and what that meant to you?
Yes, he used to, even when I saw him all the time, he wrote me letters in school, and I wrote back, but I have all those love letters from him. And so I thought this was the first time since our courting days when we wrote each other letters again, so I really liked it.
Okay. And did you talk to him about what you wanted out of marriage?
Yes.
And what were you talking to him about?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked to answer. Please ask this.
Sustained.
Did you talk to him in here at all about his need to control?
Yes.
In the, where was Danny going to school in April of 1988?
He was at Francis Parker.
Okay. And where did people go? Is there a school that people go to a next level from Francis Parker?
They go from Francis Parker Lower School to the Francis Parker Upper School, or they switch at that time to the Bishop School in La Jolla that starts at 7th grade.
at the time that, was there, at a time at the Bishop School, to get into the Bishop School, what do you have to do? Is there anything in particular?
You have to apply, get an application and write an essay and have recommendations by your teachers to qualify to take an exam. And then if you pass the exam, you're eligible to perhaps be chosen to go there.
Okay. Now, did Danny want to go to that school?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you discussed with him?
Yes.
And how far did you make the plans for him to take the test?
Yes, we filled out the application. I wrote the check. He wrote his essay. We got several of his teachers to write recommendations. He was a wonderful student, so that was no problem. And then he got his invitation to take the exam on a Saturday.
Okay. And was that something that had to be planned well in advance?
Yes, and there's only 50 students allowed to take the exam, and if for any reason you weren't able to make it, you were supposed to let them know 48 hours in advance so they could fill the spot with somebody else who was on the waiting list.
Okay. And had you made arrangements to pick him up to take him to the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to pick him up?
To Dan's house.
And was there anyone home when you went to pick him up?
No, it was just like the soccer days. Everyone knew I was coming. They knew what time he should have been there. He should have been waiting for me to pick him up, and there was nobody home.
Okay. And now, did you make phone calls to Dan in regards to that?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was crying and I was very upset, and I said, I don't know why you're doing this to your kids. You've had your education and I've had mine, and this isn't hurting me, what you're doing. This is hurting Danny. And I was really upset that he had done that.
And had you been involved in any activities with the Children's Home Society?
The Children's Home Society had a big fashion show at Nordstrom's that exact same day, early that morning. And as a member of that group, I should have sold at least 10 tickets, and I should have been working on it and performing a lot of duties as a member of the group. And I ditched on that group because I knew I had to do the Danny exam thing. And so here the Danny exam thing fell apart, and the fashion show was happening, and I disappointed all those people as well. And I felt really bad about both things. If I had known Danny wasn't going to go to the exam, I would have been fully involved helping them out.
Okay. Now, and you didn't learn that Danny wasn't going to be there until that morning?
Right.
Did you get served with a contempt order in regards to that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to go back into court again?
Yes.
And where did you go to court?
I believe it was Vista again.
And in front of who?
Judge Joseph.
And when you went in front of Judge Joseph at that time, what happened in regards to that hearing?
I hadn't realized because I was representing myself.
Stand. Okay. Had there something happened in the other hearing, the last contempt hearing you had, that you didn't learn about until this hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Evidently, at the previous hearing where I represented myself, there was put in there somewhere, but I didn't understand what was happening, is that if anything else in the future happened, I would automatically be fined $16,000 in attorney's fees. This wouldn't be to the city of San Diego like the $10,000. This would be $16,000 paid to Mr. Barry, my paying Dan's lawyer.
Okay. And in fact, were you fined the $16,000 payable to Dan's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did the judge say anything at the end of that hearing?
Yes. Finally, the judge got upset with Dan Broderick and Gerald Barry and said, don't you dare come in this courtroom again unless you want her to go to jail. Because he was also going to send me to jail. And they made an argument against me going to jail. And the judge just had a fit because it dawned on the judge that they were playing games.
Calls for speculation.
And so what did he say was going to happen next time you showed up in court?
What he said was, don't he said to Dan and Gerald Barry, don't come back in this courtroom with these contempts unless you want her to go to jail. So what that meant to me was, if we end up back in there on contempts, I am definitely going to jail.
And did you sometime later, did your children tell you something that they were told about that hearing?
Yes, Dan went home from that hearing and had dinner with the kids and was telling them that he kept me from jail, and wasn't he a nice guy?
Did that upset you?
Yes.
Now, at this time, was there anything done in regards to transferring the case somewhere else to try to get a settlement of the case?
I started getting, we ended up in family court in front of Judge Murphy in summer of '88. But I can't remember if that was after the mandatory settlement conferences, before the mandatory settlement conferences, or during them. There were 5 mandatory settlement conferences.
Okay, and where were and those were in front of Judge Murphy?
I got a notice in the mail that you are supposed to be at this thing called a mandatory settlement conference. You are ordered to be fully prepared to settle. If you ask for an extension because you're not prepared to settle, you will be sanctioned. And the worst that can happen, according to my first mandatory settlement conference notice, the worst that can happen is if you don't settle the case on this date, you will be assigned a courtroom for a trial within 14 days or something. And so I was real happy when I got the first mandatory settlement notice, because I thought we were going to mandatorily be made to settle this case.
And did you appear before Judge Murphy?
I appeared downtown. It was not Judge Murphy, it was someone else.
Okay. Eventually did you go to Judge Murphy?
After Dan missed 5 mandatory settlement conferences, Judge Murphy got control of the case, yes.
Okay. And how many of those mandatory settlement conferences did you go to?
All 5.
Okay. Did Dan show up at any of them?
No.
Okay. Were there any sanctions?
No.
Okay. What did Judge Murphy do at that time?
Mr. Barry had sent a replacement, a younger attorney, because
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained. What happened at the last hearing?
Judge Murphy got on the phone from his bench and called Gerald Barry and demanded that he show up right now, and he said we'd wait for him.
And why was that?
Because he had put off and put off and put off, and he was just playing games, and Judge Murphy said, I don't care what appointment you've got, I'm waiting for you, get over here now.
Okay.
And we waited, and Gerald Barry finally showed up.
Okay. Now, was the case settled at that time?
No.
Okay. And was the trial date set within 14 days?
No.
And who was representing you at this time?
Myself.
Now, during this period of time, were you, as part of, eventually a trial date was set, wasn't it?
Yes, much later.
Okay. Now, were you starting to get some discovery as to leading up to the trial in December of 1988? Were you starting to get some discovery as far as community assets, what they were saying were your bills or what you were responsible for?
Yes, Tricia Smith gave me her files that she had gotten.
And eventually, were you sent things from Dan's office in regards to things that you would need?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I would ask for 2 exhibits to be marked.
Triple B, why don't you describe that for the record?
Triple B, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 page, looks like a credit card credit card bill with some kind of checks on the back of them, Xeroxed over them, looks like cash checks, with a yellow stickum attached to it.
All right, so Mark, triple C.
And triple C, that's that one. Triple C, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3-page charge account. Again, with a yellow stickum attached to it with the name Linda Kokina printed on it.
All right, so Mark.
Showing you what is marked triple D for identification. Showing you, first of all, what is triple D for identification with the yellow stickum with the initials B. Have you looked at these? No question how she keeps her girlish figure that's written in the yellow.
Right.
When you received those, were these attached to that? And who is B? The initial B.
Me?
No, right here, this B. Do you know who that was?
No.
Okay. Do you know, did that look to you to be Linda's handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, and showing you what is marked triple C, another yellow one that's attached that's with a type printed Linda Kokina D. This pile is for the fat one, signed L.
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive this also?
Yes.
And was this attached to it at the time?
Yes.
Okay, now there's a D here with a dash, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, the D with the dash?
That's what I used to call Dan a long time ago. I don't know anyone else who ever referred to Dan Broderick as D.
Okay, so that was something that was a name that you had for Dan when you were married to him?
It was more or less in our courtship, and the charm that he gave me, he engraved it Love D. And on all the letters they used to write me, it was always Love D. But never before have I ever seen anyone refer to him as D.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to another area. I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to take a recess.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening and be extra careful not to look, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Night.
Last time we were the fall of 88. Did you start some new sometime in 88, and it would be the summer or fall of 88, was there some new hearings that were instituted in regards to the divorce case?
Yes.
And what kind of hearings were those?
After the mandatory settlement conferences were over, then I got these papers to show up for a hearing about vocational testing.
Okay. And did you go to a particular courtroom for that?
Yes, family court, Judge Castro.
Okay. And that's the family court that you've told us about, the small
On
family
6th
court?
Avenue, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that hearing?
Mr. Barry and Dan wanted me to agree to submit myself to a battery of vocational testing.
Okay. And did you agree to that?
I showed up at the hearing and I said that I really didn't have any argument with vocational testing per se, but It just appeared to me that this was this month's garden variety delay tactic. If they had wanted vocational testing in this divorce.
Sustained.
How did you feel about vocational testing? How did you feel about vocational testing?
I didn't mind doing vocational testing. It was the time frame that was a problem.
And why was the time frame a problem?
Because if anyone wanted vocational testing in this divorce was filed in 1985. That was the time for them to ask for me to submit myself to vocational testing. At this point, it was just a delay tactic.
Now, were you representing yourself at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did they want you to go to any particular vocational tester?
Yes, they of course wanted me to go to their expert in the field.
And at the hearing, did you agree to go to vocational testing?
I didn't have any choice, yes. I agreed to it under the conditions that if they wanted it, they'd have to, meaning Dan would have to pay for it.
Okay. And did you also ask for a different vocational tester?
Yes. There's a very famous woman in La Jolla that does stuff like that, Marjorie Shavitz, and I asked the judge if I could go to her, and he said yes.
Okay. And when you went to the vocational testing, after you went to to that expert, did anything happen to the vocational testing?
Yes, when I got there, I told her what had happened with Ruth Roth earlier, is that I was ordered to go to Ruth Roth and Dan was supposed to pay, and then when I went to Ruth Roth a few times, Dan wouldn't pay and Miss Roth sued me. So I warned this woman that the same thing might happen again, so that she better call up Gerald Barry and get it straight in writing that they are really going to pay for this, because they were court ordered to do that, and she called Gerald Barry.
Okay, now, did Mr. Barry also want this woman to release confidential information?
Yes, he would only agree to pay if she would tell him how it was going and stuff.
Okay, and at that point in time, was she willing to release confidential information?
No, she was not.
And
she said she was uncomfortable with that arrangement.
And were they then willing to go ahead with the vocational training?
No.
And was there, at that point in time, was there any issue of vocational training in the case? Or did that stop that procedure?
Right, it never progressed.
Okay. Now, was the case eventually sent to, was the case at some point in time finally given a trial date?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't given a trial date. I went there and demanded one.
And did you eventually get a trial date?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did the trial take place?
End of December 1988, the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Okay. Now, in November of 1988, did you go over to Mr. Broderick's home again?
Yes. After the vocational testing fell apart, I didn't have the trial date yet, and I didn't know where we were going from here. I mean, I needed a settlement, and so I got all dressed up and I went over to Dan's house on purpose to demand that he talk to me and that we do something about getting a settlement.
And was that to talk to Brian Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to him on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that you went over there, did you do anything, was there anything that you did to force him to talk to you?
Yes, I was always scared confronting him, and so, because he'd tell me that he'd arrest me if I went near his house. So, as a protection for myself, I called Diane Black ahead of time, and I told her what I was going to do. So I was going to go over to Dan's house and confront him, and if he arrested me, I had my cellular phone in my hand, and between the time that he called the police and the time they actually arrested me, I'd have time to call her and tell her that I'd been arrested.
Okay. And
that she would get me out or call lawyers or do something.
Did you tell Dan that you were going to call Diane Black that time?
Yes.
And what?
And I threatened that Diane then would turn around and call the press and everybody else if he had the nerve to arrest me again.
And what did he do at that time?
He talked to me. As I approached the house, he was out front gardening, so I didn't have to get in the house. And he was very surprised to see me. And I said, I just want to talk. I just want to know, how can we settle this? Let's just please settle this. Let's get something done and be done with it. And he said, okay, but I don't have my figures with me here. He was literally gardening. And he said, I can't do it here. I don't have my figures, he said. But he would get back to me the next day. So I said, fine, thank you very much, and I left.
Did he get back with you after that? Okay. Now, showing you, do you need a break at this time?
No, come on, keep going.
Okay. At the, if I can show you what's been marked as ZZ, this is what I showed you the other yesterday. Is this do you recognize this letter that was written around Christmas time, 1987?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a letter that you sent out to a number of people,
Yes.
family and friends?
Yes.
Okay. In, now, did, did you end up, did the trial proceed forward at that time?
Yes, I went to Judge Murphy and I demanded a trial date. And he called Mr. Barry and he came over, and Mr. Barry said he could do it in what otherwise would have been holiday time.
Okay.
So we did go to court.
And did you end up representing yourself at that trial?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you, during the trial, did you talk to the court about various things that you had saved, including the marriage encounter book and some cards and some floral cards?
Yes.
Papal blessing?
Yes, those were things I used in the trial as evidence or something.
Okay. Did you, and were those things that during the period of time of this divorce trial that you would refer to?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of looking at those things or reading them?
Because it seemed to me a tangible proof that what I was talking about and what Dan had promised us and everything it was a tangible proof of that.
And in might have one moment more.
Certainly.
I believe I left something in the car, but I'll just go back to that.
All right.
Excuse me, maybe this would be a good time to push sidebar.
All right. On the record?
No, I don't think it's
All right. Do you remember approximately how long the trial lasted?
From the day after Christmas till whenever it was over. I don't remember if it went beyond New Year's.
Now, during the trial, there was some break during the trial where Mr. Berry had some appointments to be gone, and there were some breaks in the days in the trial. I remember taking a break for at least a couple days where you weren't in trial.
I don't remember.
In what building was the trial in?
In the family court building on 6th.
Okay. And is there a public entrance to that building?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to the court, how would you enter the courtroom?
Through the public entrance and through the courtroom doors that go to the hall.
Okay. And while the court was not in session, would the courtroom be open, locked?
Locked, I presume. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you couldn't go into the courtroom until the proceedings started, could you?
Right.
Okay. How did Mr. Broderick enter the courtroom?
Through the security judge's entrance and through the judge's office and the judge's, with the judge and his lawyer. He came in that way.
Okay. And when you came into to the courtroom, who would be would you see people talking, chatting?
Yes, Mr. Barry and Dan and the judge looked like they were having coffee and having a nice little talk before court started.
Okay, you didn't know what they were talking about.
No.
Okay, and was Mr. Ashworth in that courthouse at that time?
Yes.
And was he ever involved in the conversations?
Yes, he was.
Okay. During the trial, was there testimony about community property and things that were to be split or divided up?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include out-of-state property in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that valued that property?
I allowed Dan to value everything because I had no knowledge. I wouldn't have been able to evaluate anything.
Okay. And was the property in Colorado, was that all valued at a minus amount?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who kept the property in Colorado?
Dan.
Okay. And did you have to pay him to keep that property?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. The judgment speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you charged during the time that the case was going through the system? Were you charged every month for the upkeep of that property?
Yes.
Your Honor, objection. Was there proper Epstein credits and speaks for itself?
Sustained.
During the time that the at the trial, the law practice was valued at the time of when Mr. Broderick left you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to pay for his loans, however, that he was paying after the time he left you?
Objection, Your Honor. This is an area that...
Sustained.
After the trial, were you awarded any of the personal property from that trial?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you awarded?
Your Honor, excuse me. Again, I think the judgment speaks for itself.
May I be heard on that, Your Honor?
Certainly. Come on up.
During the trial, did you put witness? You represented yourself? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you put witnesses on for the purposes of trying to have custody of your children?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And without going into specific property, did you receive some property that you wanted as attached to the children?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get the children out of that
No.
trial? Okay. Now, was there any effect from the trial that you felt after the trial and after the decree that, is there any feeling that you had about Mr. Broderick or what had happened to you in this case in regards to that judgment?
Yes, a lot.
And what was that?
Well, I felt I had done a fairly good job in the trial and in the courtroom, and the evidence about the children and the evidence about the money seemed to indicate to me that I would get a substantial amount of money as community property. I should get a substantial amount of money as support, and I should have gotten custody of the children and child support. And so I was very optimistic between the trial and the approximately 30 days we had to wait for the verdict. I thought it was going to come out okay. I didn't know about a lot of things. I didn't know about that the custody of the children and the Epstein credits were the discretion of the judge. I didn't know it could go that, and I didn't know about Epstein credits really that much.
Did that have an effect? Did you believe that there was a purpose of Mr. Broderick delaying the trial?
Yes, it was then that I realized, because of these things called Epstein credits, that every time he didn't show up at depositions and every time he didn't show up at mandatories and every time he put off everything, he was charging me and charging me and charging me and charging me against what in the beginning of this divorce was over $1 million worth of community property that was mine. Because of all of these delays and all of these charges, it dwindled to practically non-existent.
did you learn at that time of specific amounts of money that had gone to Larry Broderick before the divorce?
Yes.
Before he left you?
I didn't know until during the trial. A girlfriend discovered, because she could read numbers and bank things a lot better than I could. She was just flipping through these piles and piles of legal papers that are all over my house. And she found by luck that he emptied 2 bank accounts 2 days before he walked out in February of '85. And so during the trial, I went in and I said to him on the stand, I said, you know, you close these bank accounts, where did the money go? And during the trial, he said he forgot that he had sent, his brother needed $1 million or something, and he had sent all that money to his brother Larry, and he forgot. And if I hadn't have discovered it, I never would have been informed of what happened to those accounts.
Did, after the judgment in January, was there a change in the visitation regarding the 2 boys?
There was a court-ordered visitation now. So it was in writing that I should have those boys every other weekend from after school till 5 p.m. on Sunday only. And then in writing, it said about which Easter and which Christmas and which Thanksgiving. And so for the first time, it was in writing when I should have the boys. And I didn't think Dan could fool around with that.
Did you, did you try, at least with the visitation, to get the boys longer on the weekend?
Yes, when the verdict came out, I tried to explain to the judge how couldn't I please have the boys from after school on Friday to put them back to school on Monday, because Sunday dinner has been a big tradition in our family. You've heard the kids mention it in here. I'm an Italian Catholic, and Sunday is like the core of the entire week, where I always made a big roast or a turkey or something, and Sunday dinner was very important to the children and to myself. And if they had to be picked up at 5 o'clock, we'd have to be home by 3 so they could get their things together and get their homework done and be ready at 5, and it really messed up our Sundays, and I was denied. I could not have them until Monday morning.
Now, was there a, was the file, the court file, still lost at the time of the trial?
Yes.
And was there a file that was made up for the court for the divorce proceeding?
Yes, Mr. Barry supplied the court with portions of the file.
Okay. Were you ever requested to supply the court anything for the trial?
No, nobody asked me.
When you went to court to hear the verdict on January, the trial ended the very first week in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the court on January 30th to hear the verdict, did you know what the verdict was going to be?
No. I felt very positive about it, though. I was absolutely thrilled to have it over with.
Sustained.
Yeah. Did you have a belief as to whether you were going to have custody of the boys?
Sustained.
That weekend, did you have any problems? Was Lee living with you at that time?
Yes, she was.
And did you have any problems with her?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
We had been invited to Beverly Hills for the weekend, right? I had to go for the verdict on a Monday in the morning. I believe the 30th was a Monday. And that previous weekend, we went up to Beverly Hills to a birthday party, my sister's 40th birthday party. And I had to rent a car because the Suburban was crashed during the trial by Kim. And I rented a van, and I brought the kids. I picked Kim up at the LA airport because I flew her in from Arizona. And Lee was living with me, and I got the boys, and we went up to Beverly Hills to have this family thing. My parents flew in from the East, and my brothers were there, and we had this big party. And Lee really was sick. She had a fever, and she was very sick, and I'd spent a lot of money dressing her up and stuff, but she couldn't attend the party because she was really sick. She was very pale, and she was very sick. So while we went to the actual party, she stayed in bed at the Beverly Hills Hotel and had room service and couldn't get up for the weekend.
Did you end up, when you got back that week on Sunday, that weekend, did you end up having a fight with her?
Yes, I put Kim back on a plane back to school, and I put the boys back at Dan's house, and Lee was at my house, and I was exhausted from the weekend, and I had to exchange the rental car, and I had to go to court in the morning. And about 9:30 at night, or late to me, I go to bed early, but 9:30 at night, some boy comes to the door, and she's going to go out with this kid on a Sunday night after we just got back from this busy weekend. And I said to her, I said, Lee, please don't go out, because, I have to go to court in the morning, and I'm really tired, and if you go out, I worry about you. And of course, I've still got this kind of drug problem in my mind, and I'm really being careful of who she's with and what she's doing and stuff. And we'd gone to therapy at a guy who was telling me about tough love. I'd have to be very specific in what I wanted of her. Very specific about times and about what the rules were. Specific. So I said to her, I don't want you to go. Please cooperate with me just this once. Let's just go to bed, and you can go out tomorrow and do whatever you want. And she wouldn't do it. And I said, okay, you walk out that door. You're not coming back. And I locked the door, and I went to bed, and she didn't come back. And that was the night before the verdict.
Yeah.
We were always having fights like that.
When you, after the verdict, how did you feel?
I felt absolutely robbed, both of the children and of all the property. And I also asked the judge that the verdict have no loopholes in it, so that Dan couldn't jump through those loopholes like he always did in the past, that it be airtight and be specific about payments on certain dates of certain amounts so that there weren't loopholes in it. And there ended up being a lot of loopholes in it. I asked that Dan's monthly money to me be automatically transferred through banks, so I wouldn't have to be subject to his checks coming late and his fines and everything, and I was denied that request. So I was still subject to Dan's personal checks being sent, and I didn't want to live like that. And because of the community property split being so minuscule to me, I was totally dependent on that monthly check, which again, I didn't want to be dependent on. I asked that if I got support, that it be for a determined amount of time, not at Dan's whim or dependent on other things, just so that I could make plans in my life about investments and about where I'd live and stuff, and I didn't get that. The monthly money that I got was...
Excuse me, this is becoming a narrative.
Stan?
Did, on January 22nd, before the verdict, did you start a job anywhere?
Yes, there was an ad in the newspaper in the La Jolla Light for a preschool teacher, which is what I am and what I like to do. And I knew the verdict was coming. The trial was over. I knew I had...
Stan?
So did you...
I applied for the job and got the job, yes.
Okay. And did you arrange to take at least a day off for the time to go to court?
Yes, I told the lady that I knew I needed January 30th off to go to court, but besides that, I shouldn't have any more problems about going to court.
Was there a reason that you got a job after the trial and before the verdict?
Because I wanted to start a life, and the job fit who I was and what my degree was in. It also fit the hours I wanted for the boys. I worked from 7 to 2, which left me free in the afternoons and on weekends. Other jobs that I looked into didn't leave you free for the kids, and so this was perfect, that I'd be free after school to go to all the boys' sports and stuff, and I'd be free on weekends. It was a perfect schedule for me.
Okay, now during this time, you mentioned that you flew Kim in from Arizona. Where was she going to school at that time?
Yes, University of Arizona.
And that's in Tucson?
Yes.
Okay. During this time, did she have an old boyfriend that was causing problems with you?
By this point, she had had 2 or 3 years of problems with Tom, yes.
Did sometime in the late winter and the spring of '89, did you receive any calls from Tom?
Yes, he was angry at Kim.
Okay. Were there times where he was angry at you for meddling in Kim's affairs?
Yes, he was just ranting and raving and screaming and cursing and calling her horrible names and threatening to kill her. And he had physically attacked her earlier at 2 different locations, and I was very scared of him. She told me he had a gun. She told me he was a drug dealer, and I was afraid of him. I thought he was kind of off the deep end.
Were you getting any calls at your home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sometime in the beginning of March, did anything happen to your home as far as anyone trying to break in?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time where there was somewhat male people who tried to break into your house?
There were several problems over the years with my house, yes.
Okay. What? Do you remember the date that did someone try to break into your home at some point in time?
Yes, several times.
Okay. At some point in time, did a stair break in your house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but someone was coming up the back stairs to break into the house, and Kim had had a huge party the night before, and with 100 of people banging on the stairs, one of them broke, and the burglar fell down the stairs because it was dark.
Okay. Did you, now after January of 1989, did you make any decisions about the home that you were living in on Cali de Cielo? About whether you were going to stay there or sell it?
Exactly what time are we at?
Sometime after 88, after December of 88, January of 89, did you make a decision about selling the home or moving out of the home?
It wasn't a hard and fast decision at that time. I was thinking about it, being that I didn't get the children, it seemed pointless to stay in that house that was gobbling up all the money, and I couldn't have a life if I stayed in that house. And I didn't have the money to pay bills and stuff, so there was no point in me staying in that house if I didn't have the children. But at the same time, I hired an attorney to help me get the children, so I didn't make any hard and fast decisions about the house.
Did you do anything about fixing the house up in January?
Yes, the house, as we've discussed before, was a mess, and so if I was going to sell it, I had to repair it to get a decent dollar for it. So I had the kitchen remodeled only to the point that they took the fronts off the existing warped cabinets and put fronts on them. And I had the entire house painted outside, and I had further landscaping done so that it really looked good. If I was going to sell it, I had to do those things.
Did you have Did you have things on the inside painted and fixed up?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen some photographs of your house, what your house looked like in November of 19. You've seen the photographs here in court of your house in November that were taken in November of 1989?
Yes.
Was that photos taken after the house was fixed up?
That was the best the house ever looked because I wasn't living there, and I had fixed it up as a model home. It had fresh flowers everywhere, and everything was painted, and everything was spick and span, and I had moved out all the junk that people live with, and I wasn't showering or sleeping in the house at all. I just had it all set as a model home so that every time a real estate person wanted to show it, it was ready. And there were no remnants of showers or people eating there or anything like that.
Was there, before March of '89, had you had any discussions about having a gun for any purpose?
In the back of my mind, I was thinking about having the gun for several years because a friend of mine who lived in the same neighborhood and was a woman that lived alone in a house like mine had a gun for her own protection. And so ever since she had a gun, I thought maybe I might get one. But I had never, there was no particular day I went and bought a gun.
Okay. Now, in sometime prior to that, did you ever go shooting at a shooting range?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Frant testified as to a particular incident. Was that about the time you went there?
Yes.
Do you remember why you went to the shooting range?
I remember that they called me at the house, and they were soliciting people for this sporting club. It had racquetball and exercise Nautilus machines, and shooting and stuff, and this was an introductory offer. They were trying to get this off the ground. And I had my MasterCard, and I did shoot guns way back in grammar school, and it was a fun experience. I was looking to meet new people and get out of the rut that I was in, and I thought I might do it. I think it was only $30 or something. And so I went primarily to meet people, but I went to the class.
And then when you went to the class, when you shot the guns, did you wear anything?
When you go in the little room where you actually shoot the guns, it's mandatory there that you have ears and I think plastic eye things that they supply.
Now, in March of '89, were you still working at the preschool?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on some morning, do you recall getting some calls at the preschool?
It was actually, yes.
Okay. And can you describe those calls?
It was just an average day at the preschool. I went to work at 7 o'clock like I was supposed to, and it was a regular day. There was nothing happening. And I got a few phone calls through the main office. Is Betty Broderick there? Is Betty Broderick there? And the woman had put it on hold and come get me. And by the time I'd pick up a phone, the person would have hung up. And it happened 4 times. And being that nobody really knew I worked there, and the children wouldn't have done that. If they needed me, they would have spoken. And I thought, something's really weird here. Somebody's trying to determine that I'm here. But it made me real upset and nervous, and I left work early and went home.
Okay. And when you went home, did you find out whether someone had been in your house?
Yes.
What did you find out?
Maria, when I got home, Maria told me that when she got to work, someone was in the house. And it was someone with long blonde hair, and she got in a white and with a black roof car, and I knew the description was Linda Kolkina.
Did you show her a picture of Linda Kolkina to
Yes.
see if in fact that was who was in your house?
Yes, and she said she was in my bedroom and that she took things when she left.
At that point, did you have an answering machine on your phone?
Yes.
And was there any message on the answering machine?
Yes, there was a 4-hour notice put on the answering machine at 9:30 that morning, which meant there was going to be a proceeding at 1:30, exactly 4 hours later.
Okay. Now, other than, so the first notice you got of that was when it was on your phone at home?
Yes.
No one called you at work about it?
Well, I figured they were calling me at work to establish that I couldn't pick up the 4-hour notice at home.
Okay. But nobody called you at work and said...
And spoke to me.
And spoke to you and said, we're going to court.
Only the hang-up calls.
Okay. Now, did you go to court?
Yes, I got home. I shouldn't have gotten home till after 2, but I got home around 1:20, which didn't leave me much time to get there for 1:30, but I just flew right out the door and jumped in the car, and I was down there at 1:30.
Okay. And when you got there at that time, where did you go?
I went to the family court, and there's a clerk's window with a sign-up sheet for ex-parties. And that's what it was called. A 4-hour notice is an ex-party hearing. And so I asked her to look, and I looked on the sign-up sheet to see where Mr. Barry was, and he was not on the sign-up sheet. So she couldn't tell me what courtroom he was in.
At some point in time, did you go to Judge Howitt's courtroom?
Yes, I went to Judge Howitt's courtroom to ask the reporter about something, and it was locked, and I couldn't get in.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Barry at the courthouse?
Yes, I needed to speak to the reporter because I had ordered a written...
Okay, you've already gone through that you needed to speak to the reporter. Did you see Mr. Barry?
Yes, as I was waiting for them to open the courtroom doors, he came out of them.
Okay. So he was leaving Judge Howitt's courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you confront him as he left the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do at that point in time?
He told me what had happened in the courtroom, and we went back in.
Okay. And had the hearing already been had by the time you were there?
Yes, it was over, and he was leaving.
Okay. And when you went back into the courtroom, did anything change when you got there? In other words, did Mr. Barry's whatever order happened before you got there, was that just the order that the court gave when you went in there?
Well, we kind of discussed it again, but it ended up everything that he got stood anyway. I didn't have any effect on it.
And And what was that hearing about?
That hearing was about changing the visitation for the wedding, suspending the $16,000 a month.
And was that about a
bunch of
wedding
other
list?
things.
Was it about a wedding list?
Yes, they wanted the wedding list back that I had taken from the steps, I don't know, a week or so. I don't know how much earlier than this.
Okay. Did you take a wedding list from their house?
Yes, when I was dropping the boys off on a Sunday evening, I picked up an unmarked envelope that was on the front steps of the house. It wasn't addressed to anyone, didn't have a return address. It was a white envelope.
And did you look in the envelope?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it a wedding list?
It was, yes, it was a copy of a wedding list.
And did you take it?
Yes.
And what was that for?
I thought it was interesting, from my point of view, that he invited the child psychiatrist that said stuff against me that cost me my children, even though he never met me. And he invited his accountant, the one who added 2 + 2 comes out -8. And he was inviting his attorneys that helped him get this incredible settlement against me. And several judges were on the list. And it looked like a thank you very much for helping me screw my wife party.
Did you was there an appeal pending at that time?
I don't think at that time.
Okay, but there was an appeal notice filed.
Yes, but not yet.
Now, did you do anything after you left the courthouse? Did you stop anywhere?
I was very upset at both Linda being in my house and mostly at the 4-hour notice, because I was making attempts to have a normal life and get this all behind me. I felt like if Dan wanted that wedding list, he could have called up, or he could have come and just asked me for it, give it back. Big deal. You know, it wasn't a big deal to me. And so I felt like I was being attacked, and the 4-hour notice on the machine was really kind of shady, being that they knew I was at work and it was them that called and hung up. And I just felt like it was back to the same old dirty tricks. And suspending the $16,000 a month, as a joke to people when I got the verdict, I said, you know, I probably won't get 30 days down the road here before it's all pulled out from under me. And sure enough, that was the first thing they did, was totally suspend the monthly check. And I just, and with her being in my house, I just felt I was being attacked, and I didn't have any defenses to make them stop or to defend myself.
Did you purchase anything at that time?
Yes, between the courthouse on 6th, you get on 5 and you go north to La Jolla, and this shooting place, the Weiser place, the Nautilus place, it's all the same place, and it's right on the freeway, kind of around India Street. And I'd been there before, so I knew what it was.
Your Honor, I believe that I left my evidence box in the car.
Think you want to recess early? Do you want to go on to one of your boards?
Maybe I could go on to the board, and maybe that would be the easiest way.
Let the games begin.
Let's get some order. Oh, okay.
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
I'm Vinnie Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments. There is so much on the line, so much at stake. Well, what was this case really about?
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan. Weeknights at 8, 7 Central. Only on Court TV.
Your Honor, if the record could, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice that on January 15th of 1988, there was an appellant's reply brief that was filed.
Take notice of that.
That on February 2nd, there was personal service of an order to show cause contempt.
Take notice of that.
On February 3rd, there was an ex parte order sealing exhibits. There was no appearance mandatory by no appearance made by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
That on February 18th, there was a special settlement conference set.
Take notice of that.
On February 29th, there was a contempt hearing, restraining order, and notice of a hearing.
Notice of that.
On March 10th, there was a special settlement conference set.
Take notice of that.
On March 18th, there was a proposed order of contempt.
Take notice.
On March 21st, there was a new original H4 filed to the contempt order.
Take notice of that.
On March 23rd, there was notice of hearings that were served on the attorneys.
Take notice of that.
On April 10th, there was personal service of an order to show cause and contempt.
Take notice of that.
On April 13th, there was a notice of hearings.
Take notice of that.
On April 27th, there was a special settlement conference.
Take notice of that.
On May 4th, there was a contempt hearing. And a restraining order was signed but not filed at that time.
Take notice of that.
There was on May 19th, a decision in the appeal and an order affirmed.
Take notice of that.
On June 3rd, there was a compliance conference that was vacated, no appearance by either party.
Take notice of that.
On June 17th, there was a settlement conference.
Take notice of that.
Ask another board be marked HH80, which is July through December of 1988.
So marked.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the mandatory settlement conference that was set for the date of July 1st that was vacated.
Take notice of that.
There was a trial set for July 27th that was vacated.
Take notice of that.
On August 29th, there was a hearing which was continued. There was no appearance made by the defendant at that hearing.
Take notice of that.
September 2nd, there was a hearing.
Take notice of that.
On October 9th of 1988, there was personal service of an order to show cause in regards to vocational training exam.
Take notice of that.
On November 14th, there was a hearing in regards to a vocational training exam.
Take notice of that.
On December 27th, there was a trial in the dissolution trial, the property trial.
Take notice of that.
On December 28th, the trial was another trial date in the dissolution.
Take notice of that.
On December 29th was another trial date for the dissolution.
Take notice of that.
On December 30th, there was another trial. That was another trial date for the dissolution trial.
Take notice of that.
There was also the restraining order that was signed on May 4th, 1988, was filed at that time.
Take notice of that.
March it. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for a moment. I'd ask another board, Your Honor, that's labeled 1989, January 1st through June 30th, be marked as next in order.
HH-9.
Thank you. I would ask the court to take judicial notice, Your Honor, that on January 3rd was another dissolution trial day.
Take notice of that.
January 4th was another dissolution trial day.
Take notice of that.
January 5th was another dissolution trial day.
Take notice of that.
January 6th was another dissolution trial day.
Take notice of that.
That on January 30th, the decision as to the dissolution trial and verdict was rendered.
Notice of that.
The February 3rd, there was an ex parte minute order filed on the sealing of exhibits with no appearance by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On March 14th, there was an ex parte hearing in regards to wedding list, personal service, and notice of hearing and rate regards to custody of Lee and supplemental judgment on order to show cause, restraining order, and restitution orders was had on a 4-hour notice.
Take notice of that.
On March 23rd, there was personal service of an ex parte order from that hearing.
Take notice of that.
On March 27th, there was service of a declaration in regards to custody, stay away, trust funds, and visitation.
Take notice of that.
On March 31st, there was a hearing in regards to custody, support, and visitation, and there was personal service on the order in regards to custody support, and a qualified domestic relations order, and an order in regards to reimbursement of unused expert fees.
Take notice of that.
On April 10th, there was personal service of an order after the hearing.
Take notice of that.
On May 3rd, there was notice of appeal that was filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On May 12th, there was a notice of filing of the appeal filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On May 15th, there was a notice to prepare clerk's transcripts, which were filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On May 23rd, there was notice of a filing filed by defendant.
Take notice of that.
And on June 4th, there was a service of substitution of attorney with Ms. Cafaro substituting in for Mr. Barrett.
Take notice of that.
If I could go to the last board at this time, Your Honor, and ask that it be marked as next in order.
HH 10, that covers July 89 to December 89?
Yes, Your Honor.
So marked.
And I would ask the court to take additional notice on July 5th, there was a notice to prepare the clerk's transcript that was filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On August 25th, there was an ex parte motion and order in regards to custody. There was no appearance by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
On August 29th, there was a hearing and order in regards to custody with no appearance by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
There was, on September 1st, an order to show cause, child support, and attorney fees filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
And on October 30th, there was a hearing in regards to child custody and attorney fees that was off calendar and no appearance by either party.
Take notice of that.
Thank you. Now, at the time that you, did you purchase a gun at that time?
Yes.
And at the time that you purchased the gun, did you purchase some bullets?
Yes.
Okay. How many boxes of bullets did you buy?
3.
Okay. And at the time you purchased a gun, did you actually fire a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of firing a gun? Was there a shooting range where you were at?
Yes, where they sell the guns is right across the hall from the firing range, and when people are buying guns, they take the guns that they're interested in and shoot them to see if they're interested in.
Okay, so they had you bought one of the box of bullets. Did you fire that through a gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that model of gun?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you able to pick the gun up on that day?
No.
Okay. And is there did you have to show identification for registration?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a waiting period before you were able to pick up the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you in fact go back to, where was it that you bought the gun?
This place that was called Not.
Well sustained.
Okay. Did you go back there and, did you end up going back there and picking up the gun?
Yes, it was all paid for and everything on the first time, and then you just have to pick it up.
Okay. And showing you what is the bullets that we've seen in court, the 2 boxes of bullets.
Yes.
Did you buy the bullets the day that you bought the gun?
Yes.
These bullets. And you've seen another box of bullets here in the courtroom, is that
Yes.
correct? Did you buy those bullets there on that day also?
Yes.
Okay, when you picked up the gun, did you fire that gun at all?
I fired a gun. I don't know if when I went back and picked up a gun, it was the exact same gun. I don't know if they just let you fire the ones in the case and then you get one off a back shelf. I don't know if it was exactly the same gun.
Okay, did you have to clean your gun at all? In other words, did you...
When I fired it the day that I bought it, when you fire it, it gets real dirty and grungy and messed up. And the man in the store took it all apart and cleaned it. But personally, after I got it home, I never fired the gun and then I never cleaned it.
Do you want to take the recess so you can get your...
Yes, I need to get the items that I left.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 10:30. Give you enough time, Mr. Early? 15 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. I hope they are just right down in the car.
Do you want to take a little longer recess? What's your pleasure?
We could take 20 minutes. If not, they would just be in my office.
All right, let's be in recess for 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, until 25 to 11. Please remember the admonition.
Broderick, showing you what has been marked DDD for identification, Your Honor, and that appears to be a cash register receipt dated 3/14/89 in regards to a purchase of a handgun. So marked. And also, if we could have marked, Your Honor, the next in order I have marked EEE, which is a bill of sale in regards to a pickup date of 3/29/89.
So marked.
Okay. Broderick, you recognize both of those items?
I kept a file on the gun and all the papers that had to do with it and the rules of it and everything, so these were from my file.
Okay. So this would have been, this is related to the guns we've seen here in court, is that correct? Thank you. Now, after the trial was over, was there some paperwork that had to be done as far as transferring property?
Yes.
And did you receive anything in the mail in regards? There was a matter I previously discussed. May I step out in the hallway with someone about a matter I previously discussed with the court?
Certainly.
Well, we'd tell you what was going on if we knew what was going on. Apparently, Jack Early, as you can see for yourselves, has stopped the questioning. Perhaps he's just checking his notes. The camera angle makes it impossible to see what's happening at the defense table. In the foreground is the... Here we go. He apparently went out in the hallway, we're told by our cameraman, to speak to someone. We'll see whether or not that has an effect on his questions.
What is marked as... Your Honor, first of all, FFF is a quick claim deed for property, Lot 9, Sierra de Calea, piece of property. All right, so marked. And GGG is another quick claim deed. The first one would be the property at Cali de Cielo. GGG would be property that would be described as a timeshare at Warner's Spring, Your Honor. All right. So, Mark, have you seen these two documents before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive those in the mail?
Yes, as part of the divorce settlement, Dan was ordered to finally take his name off the house I was living in.
Okay. These have been taped back together. Did you do anything with these when you received them?
Yes, I tore them up.
And why did you tear them up?
Because Linda Colkina was not supposed to be doing the paperwork with me.
And had there been any discussions in court before about her having her name on paperwork?
Yes.
Okay, and when you received that property, who was the person who had signed it as the notary?
Linda Colkina.
Okay. Sometime in 1983, did you have a discussion with Mr. Broderick in regards to your marriage? I mean, had you had discussions about your marriage at that time?
In 1983, we had a lot of them, yes.
Okay. And did you do anything yourself in regards to your marriage in 1983?
Yes, that's a papal blessing for our family.
Okay. And showing you what has been marked as HHH, Your Honor, which appears to be a papal blessing that's dated in 1983. So marked. Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you procured in 1983?
Yes, we had received a papal blessing on our marriage the day we got married in '69, and this is now a papal blessing for the entire family, including all the children. Okay. And it's November 8th, 1983.
Okay. Now, during the time in 1983, did you have any discussions with Mr. Broderick in regards to anything that you were looking forward to in regards to your marriage? Any trips that you wanted to take?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
There was this boat that I read about in a magazine that had sails, and it was owned by Marjorie Merriweather Post, and it was a gorgeous sailing vessel, and only a few people could sail on it, and it was very, very expensive. And I thought it would be a fun trip to do, but it was very, very expensive. And Dan said we'd do it on our 20th wedding anniversary, which would have been a ways off because we didn't have the money then.
Had there been, at that time, were there any friends that were planning, who had been married longer and planning events like that?
Yes, a few of our friends were married 4 or 5 years longer than we were, and they were having anniversaries on their 20th. It was kind of a big deal. They weren't waiting until the 25th.
Now, in April of I asked you about whether you represented yourself in the divorce. How did you feel about representing yourself?
I was afraid. I was scared. I didn't know how to be a lawyer.
Did you make any request of the judge about your physical condition?
Yes, when the trial started, I was fine. I was just scared, and I was crying and upset, and I wanted to force this to a conclusion, which is why I represented myself. And during the trial, I got sick. I got a flu. I had a fever, and I was really sick.
Did you ask to have some time off till you felt better?
In fact, I had laryngitis. I couldn't speak. Well, it was really obvious to the court that I was really sick, but they couldn't give me a day off. Yes, I asked 2 or 3 days in a row, could we just have a day off here? And no, they couldn't.
Then why did they tell you you couldn't?
They didn't have to tell me why. I asked for it, said I was sick, I couldn't talk, I had a fever, could I please have a day off? And they said no.
Yeah. During the trial, do you remember anything about Mr. Berry having a vacation planned?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. Next.
Yes, toward the end of the trial, Mr. Berry was leaving on a firm trip to Hawaii. His whole firm was going to Hawaii. And so the last several days of trial, every time I started a line of questioning, they cut me off and said, you know, we've already gone down that road. Let's not do that again. We've already done this way. And they kept cutting me off because Barry had to leave on this Hawaii trip.
Did you end up hiring, when you purchased the gun, where did you keep it in the house after you first purchased it?
I bought it to protect myself in the house, so it seemed logical to me that where I would keep it would be in the nightstand next to the bed. So I tried that for a while.
Did you move it after that?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with that. I told everyone I had the gun right away because I didn't want any accidents with this gun. I told the kids, I told Maria, I told other people I had this real gun, and I showed it to the boys, and I, in fact, took them shooting one time. I was absolutely adamant that this was a real gun, and if they opened a drawer or saw it anywhere, they were not to touch it at all.
Now, when you took the boys shooting, did you take them shooting with that gun?
No.
What did you do?
We had been to some appointment downtown, and on the way home, we stopped at Weiser, and we used range guns.
Okay.
I didn't shoot at all. I think the boys just shared one gun.
And when you shot at the range, did they wear any special protection again?
Yes, you have to. Eyes and ears.
Okay. Now, did you do anything in regards to hiring an attorney after the final decree?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I asked the boys if it was okay if we left things the way they were, and that they would just see me when the decree said they were going to see me. And Danny especially said, "Oh no, Mom, oh no. No, I want to live with you." And so I went out and I hired another attorney to try and fight for the kids.
Now, at some point in time, that there was a wedding that you became aware of a wedding that Dan had. Is that correct?
Everybody became aware of it being planned quite a while before it because it was in the newspaper.
Okay. And you also became aware that Dan went on a trip after the wedding, didn't you?
A honeymoon, yes.
Okay. And your 20th anniversary, when would have that been?
April 12th, 1989.
And what would have been the closest weekend to April 12th, 1989?
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
April 12th was not on a Saturday in 1989.
And did you become aware of what kind of trip Mr. Broderick went on that year when he went on his honeymoon?
Yes.
And what trip was that?
The children told me that he went on a Caribbean cruise with a boat with sails.
Okay. Now, there was some testimony as to a party that Kim had at your house. Do you remember the party that they talked about where there was a problem with the band?
Yes, Kim had a lot of wild parties at my house, but that was the worst and the last of them.
Okay. And do you remember what happened at that party?
It was a full-blown riot. There were hundreds and hundreds of teenagers there all over the street, the front lawn, the decks. I have a large property, and every inch of the property was covered with people, most of which didn't know us and we didn't know them. There were skinheads with leather jackets and all kinds of people, and screaming and yelling, and people throwing in the pool and jumping on the trampoline. And the worst part of it was I lived on a cul-de-sac, and there were so many cars that they not only parked and blocked everyone's driveway, but they ended up filling the cul-de-sac like a solid parking lot. And the police had to walk in from way out on Calle del Oro. And they said that this was a real hazard, fire-wise and safety-wise, and we had to get those cars out of there right away, or I'd be ticketed or jailed or whatever.
Did you try to stop the band from playing music?
Yes, it was a band that was down in my pool house, and it was a real loud, plugged-in electrical amplified band with microphones and things. And I went down and I said, the police are here, you've got to stop, because all the neighbors were calling and stuff. And the man on the microphone said, don't listen to her, let's party.
Okay, did you eventually do something that stopped the music from playing?
Yes, I pulled the main electrical switch to the entire property, and that's how I shut them down.
Okay, and then the party quickly dispersed after that?
Not that quickly.
Okay. But eventually...
But I shut down the main source of the noise.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the pool house, and that was something that was in the pictures. When did you build that?
In '88.
And what was the purpose of building the pool house in that property?
The house that I lived in had 3 bedrooms, and then the middle of it was kitchen, dining room, living room. It all kind of flowed together. I didn't feel like my children had a family room like we used to have back east, where the kids would go in the basement and they'd listen to records and talk, and there'd be no parent there. If my kids, especially Kim and Lee in the teenage years, but even the other kids, had friends over, I could hear them and they could hear me, and I could see them because of everything connecting. So I wanted to have a real family room for the kids, and that's what it was. It was a big room with a fireplace in the middle and a bathroom and a little kitchen, but it was just a huge empty room with a fireplace for teenagers and other kids to have parties and get together and talk and dance, and out of underfoot and out of my way, and vice versa.
Did you expect to get the children back in your custody?
Yes, that cost over $100,000 to build, and I only did it for the kids. I didn't need a room like that. Yes, I always expected to get the children back.
Okay. There was Now, at the time that about the time that you hired Walter Vaughn, did something happen to your support payments in court?
Yes, I hired Walter Mond in February and wrote a check out of my regular checkbook, and then it was in March that the support was suspended.
Okay. During the summer, did you have some regular visits scheduled with the boys?
Yes, because of the decree, the divorce decree, I was supposed to have them for the first time for the entire month of July.
Okay. Now, had you ever had, was this the first time where you ever had a court order time where you were going to have the boys for a substantial period?
Yes, and then because of that, I was able to make plans and make reservations and think ahead of time that I have them from this day to this day, so what will we do? And I made plans.
And what did you do?
We ended up driving. It was the boys' idea. There was an article in a local magazine about skiing, snow skiing on glaciers in the middle of summer. My boys love to snow ski, and so we drove to a glacier so they could snow ski on a glacier in summer. And the glacier was in Whistler Mountain in British Columbia.
And during that period of time, were you seeing any doctors in regards to the boys in custody?
Yes, again, this was the first time I knew I had the boys and I could make a point.
Okay, first answer the question yes, and I'll ask what the reasons. Were you making appointments with?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
This was the first time I could make appointments with Dr. Nelson since I had consulted him way back with the boys, because it's the first time I knew I'd have the boys. We also saw Dr. Gary DeVos, who's a child psychologist, and he saw the boys each separately. He saw the boys together as brothers, and then he saw me with each child separately, and then he saw me together with the two boys. So we spent a lot of time there.
And what was the purpose of that?
I hired Walter Maughan to get my children back, and you can't just walk into court and say she wants them back. I mean, that's all I had, was I wanted them back. So he had to have paper trails and expert witnesses and opinions as to why I should have them back and how well we get along and how we interact and how much they love me and want to be with me. So it all had to be documented.
Okay. Now, did you have that summer that while you had the boys, how would you describe your mood? Had it improved at all?
Absolutely. As long as I have the kids, I'm fine. I mean, my energy level comes right back because I have somebody to do things with. I'm not alone anymore, and I love doing things with my kids, and we just have nonstop fun. We go from one thing to another. And my house is fun. It was near the beach. It had a swimming pool. The kids just love to be at my house, and I love having them there, even though they're noisy and they make a mess.
Okay. And were you also seeing other healthcare professionals in regards to so that you could go into court and ask for custody?
Yes, Dr. DeVos referred me to a codependency therapy group because he thought that I was in a troubled alcoholic marriage and that I needed codependent therapy. And so I went to a women's group.
Now, was there a time that you had scheduled where you wanted to be able to resolve the issue as to the boys in custody?
Yes, it was always important to me. I waged custody fights every summer.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll go through this. I'll ask a question, then you answer yes or no, and then I'll ask you the reason, okay? That's easier that way. Was there a time that was important for you where you were trying to get custody of the boys?
Yes, every summer. Yes, every summer.
Okay. What was the reason that there was a time that was important?
Because of the change in the school schedule of what bus route they're going to be on and what soccer team they're going to be on and what Boy Scout is dependent on what part of your neighborhood where you live in. And once the children were established in September at a certain address, I thought it was important that they keep a continuity going. And so every May or June, I'd start doing stuff to get the kids that summer. Because it didn't matter to me if they switched houses in the middle of the summer. There was no schedule. So I hired Walter Maughan in February to do a custody fight that summer, so for sure I had the boys before school started, right in the beginning of September.
Okay, so you expected that there would at least be those court hearings by that time?
I was sure there would be, yes.
Okay. Now, was there a hearing that was set before school was set to begin?
Yes.
And was that hearing continued?
It was canceled or continued or put off or something.
And how did you feel about that?
I was absolutely devastated. I was horrified. I had done every single thing Walter Maughan told us to do, and all the paperwork was done. Everything was in my file. He knew it was important to me to get it done before school started. And Dan was interviewing these doctors, and Dan was being resistant to the whole thing. And when the day came, it couldn't happen. But he told me, not to worry. It was going to be put off till October, and that not to worry, it was going to be put off till October. And I said to him, I don't know if I'll be alive in October. I was so upset.
Okay. And was it continued till October?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
but it didn't happen in October either.
Was there a time that you sent Rhett to New York?
Yes.
Okay. And was that with a court order or court approval?
No.
Okay. And was there a reason that you sent Rhett to New York?
Yes. In August, when they came back from Hawaii, they were in Hawaii for 10 days or so with Dan. They came back from Hawaii, and then we were going to go back to the every other weekend. But it was still summertime, and the boys really always wanted to be with me in the summer rather than home with a maid. So Danny went to Sun Valley, Idaho to visit his friend Matt Curry, and that left only Rhett home. And now we're in the summer of 1989. The girls have both been invited to leave the house, so they don't live there anymore. And Rhett would have had to stay in Marston Hills all by himself with a maid of some description while Dan was at work, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to stay with me.
Now, in the fall, were you doing anything? Were you doing anything in regards to finances, or trying to cut your expenses, or do something with your house?
Yes.
Okay. And What was that?
Moving?
What did you do? If you can just tell me, did you do something to your house listed for sale?
Well, the thing was, if I didn't get the kids for the school year, I was going to get out of the big house and out of the big car. But I still thought I was going to get the kids before September happened. And then when September happened, it was put off till October and everything. I did list the house for sale, thinking I'm not going to spend a whole nother school year wasting all this money and all this time, wasting my whole life waiting to get the kids back.
Did you buy a condominium?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that located in?
A 2-bedroom condominium in La Jolla.
And the boys, if you were to get custody at some time, would they have been able to live in a condominium with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it at that time, Lee and Kim were out of both homes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you became aware that Dan was going to leave the country, did you not? At some point. I'm not asking
Yes,
you right
I
then.
got some sort of a letter about Greece.
Okay.
He was going to Greece.
And did school at some point in time start for the boys after the Labor Day weekend?
Yeah, right after.
Okay. Was the was there a time when you had Mr. Mon go to court for you to get permission to have your children with you while Dan was in Greece?
Answer, yes.
Okay. And why was that?
I didn't need Walter Mon to go to court for me. Dan sent me this letter that while he was away, there would be 3 or 4 different babysitters handing off Rhett, only Rhett again, while he was gone. Because at this time, Danny's gone to camp with Francis Parker. So it's only Rhett at home. And I don't know the reason, but he wasn't going to have a full-time paid continuous babysitter. One secretary friend was going to hand him off to Robin, was one of them, the old babysitter, and then hand him off to Sylvia Cavins, and they were handing Rhett off, and I thought, well, why have Rhett subject to all these different schedules? Just leave him with me for the week, or 10 days, or wherever you were gone. But Dan would not agree to it, just person to person, so we were forced to go to court because Rhett wanted me to get him. So we went, Walter Mond went to court that day to get Rhett.
And when he was in court that day, did you find out later that another weekend had been switched?
Yes, Walter Mon called me and told me that, yes, hooray, you got Rhett for the time there in Greece. But in exchange for it, I had to make this deal where Dan would then get the kids on the SC Notre Dame football weekend, which was your weekend. So I switched, and now you're going to get the kids this other weekend. And I just went, oh, no, you should have told me.
Was there a problem with that?
That was the Acapulco weekend that had been planned for a long, long time, and all the money had been paid, and all the arrangements had been made, and I assured Brad 1,000,000 times nothing would go wrong this time, because it had gone wrong a lot in years past. Nothing would gone wrong. I had it in writing that I was free that weekend. And so Walter went and switched the weekends, and then I couldn't take the kids, and it was a mess.
Okay. Now, after the school year started, how was your contacts? How would you have contacts with the boys?
After school started that year,
Yeah, that year.
I was only allowed to have them every other weekend, so I would call them all the time, or see them after school at soccer or basketball games or whatever I could.
Were they calling you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, there was when you were married originally, was there some wedding china that you had at the time of your wedding?
Yes. I think everybody gets a set of dishes when they get married.
And after the divorce, did you know who had that wedding china?
Dan ended up with it.
Okay. And did you try to get the wedding china back?
Yes, Dan ended up with it because I never owned a china cabinet in all my years of marriage. I kept it in a closed-up cupboard. Dan had a big glass-enclosed, fancy dining room china cabinet, And so he put all of my wedding china in there. After he married Linda, they got another set of wedding china of her taste, and mine was taken out of the china cupboard. So I said, well, as long as you don't want mine, I'd like to have it back for sentimental reasons. It had nothing to do with the cash value of the dishes, and I certainly didn't need dishes, but it was my wedding china, and I just thought, if you don't want it, I'd like to have it, please.
And were you able to get the wedding china?
No.
What were you told?
Linda said she'd rather smash it or give it away than give it to me because I didn't ask for it in court.
Okay. Now,
you budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2? 1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember, and I know you haven't been watching.
I know, but TV's expensive.
Well, now you can watch me, live sports and news free. No contracts or fees.
But Jesse, how?
Tableau. Pay once and watch happily ever after. And you can record too.
This sounds like a dream.
Tableau. Learn more at tableautv.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
after school started and Dan Broderick and Linda returned from Greece, did anything happen which made it difficult to talk to your children?
Yes.
And what was it? By telephone?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
All of a sudden, Linda's voice was back on the machine.
Now, since the time that the court had talked to Mr. Broderick in 1987 about Linda's voice being on the machine, had it ever come on the machine again until this time?
No, he was court ordered to keep the girlfriend off the machine, were the exact words, I believe, of the court order.
Was there any reason at that time that you knew that the boys could not have their own line going into the house?
Everyone thought the boys did have their own line going into the house. There were still these two lines going into the house, the adult line and the boys' line. And the boys did have a line going into the house.
How old were the boys at this time? We're in 1989.
Red's 10, so Danny's 13.
Okay. And when Lee was in 7th grade, do you know what year that would have been?
Not particularly.
Okay. Assuming that she would have been 1st grade when she was 6. When was she born?
Lee was born in 71.
Now, was there a special event in October?
Yes, October, to me, started the next several months of holiday things. It had Halloween in it, it had the USC Notre Dame football game, and it had Larry's Oktoberfest, which ran right into our birthdays, which ran into Thanksgiving, which ran into Christmas. So yes, October was the beginning of a holiday season for me.
What made in that October in 1989, was there something special about that year?
It was the last Halloween that Rhett would have been in the lower school. He was in 6th grade at the time. And the lower school is the only school that has the parade with the costumes and everything, so he would have been graduating from lower school.
Okay, and I'll get back to that, but was there something particular that you found out about that SC game in Oktoberfest
yes.
that had significance?
Yes.
And what was that?
Dan wanted to take the whole family to the SC Notre Dame game, and he and Linda, after Greece, they went to New England to tour the foliage or something for 10 days. And they flew from New England to South Bend, and my kids flew from San Diego and met them in South Bend. And so it was the first time the whole family was going to participate in SC Notre Dame game.
Okay. And is that something that, was there something in the past that, where talked about that being an important time?
Yes, it was something we had always looked forward to, and we had other friends that we knew in college who were married and had children, and they were looking forward to it, and that was the year our friends came from other places in the country with their now college-age children. See, Kim was college age, and so our friends' firstborns were college age, and it was a big reunion of all these people who had been to Notre Dame as students.
Okay. And was there some document or something where that became important as to...
That was one of the goals that Dan had in life for us, that we could afford to go out to dinner, that we could afford to have a sofa, that we could afford to take the whole family to the SC Notre Dame game and not worry about the bill.
Okay. Now, you've referred to the marriage encounter before. Was that something that was present in the marriage encounter?
Yes, that's the only place I had in writing that Dan said, when he made all his money and if I gave him more time, he'd make all his money, and if he made all his money, then we'd have all these things, and there's a list of all these things he wanted us to have, and that's very prominently listed as one of the things we'd enjoy as fruits of our labor.
Okay. Now, that was you didn't go to the game, obviously.
Correct.
And how did you feel about that?
I felt cut out. I love Notre Dame games, and it's been a very long tradition for me and Dan. And I dress the kids all up, especially Kim, because going back there, everybody's dressed real nice, and it can be chilly. So I outfitted her especially for that weekend. And I went to Warner Springs Ranch by myself just to kind of get out of my house and do stuff. And I watched the game on a big screen TV at Warner's just to see if it was snowing or raining or freezing cold and see if my kids were going to be warm enough at the game, because the weather can do anything in Indiana at that time. And so I was watching the game, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and I'm sure I didn't see them on TV, but I looked, and I'm sure they had a wonderful time.
What was your emotional condition like?
I was real sad. I wanted to be there.
Okay. During that, was there a problem with Kim in regards to the Notre Dame game?
Yes, when she came home, she said that they were at dinner. We're talking large crowds of people now, friends and children and stuff. And Kim, because of her age, wanted to be included in the adults. She didn't want to sit at the kiddie table with Danny and Rhett and the other cousins. They're like under 13 years old. So Kim was sitting at a dinner table next to her grandparents from Pittsburgh, and she never sees them. So she was sitting there, and then Dave Monahan's girlfriend said, I need this seat, Kim, you go sit with the kids. And she burst into tears at Notre Dame and said, I'm not sitting with the kids, and she wanted to take a taxi cab back to the hotel. She was real mad at Dan, and she conveyed all of that to me when she got home.
Did you go on the trip with Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay. And was that just the two of you, a large group?
It's an annual trip of a large group of racing sailors. They race, and they go down to that yacht club in Acapulco, and they challenge that yacht club. And that yacht club at another time comes up here. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Did you see your sons that weekend?
No, I didn't. I called them from Acapulco, but I didn't see them.
Now, so it would have been, with the change in the weekends, did it end up being a 3 or 4 weeks since you'd last seen your children?
Yes.
Okay, and were you having trouble contacting them at that time?
Well, the machine was on again with Linda's voice, and I heard that the ringers were turned off again, and the babysitter did verify that to me, that when she came to work, ringers were being turned off again, and that meant they were turned off the night before and the whole day until the maid got there at noon.
Okay. Now,
and so they were playing games again.
Now, during that, before that, when you received any support from Dan in the months preceding that, Had anything happened with deductions and support payments?
Yes, Dan had fined me again for something he said that I did, but I didn't do it.
Okay. And did you receive anything in the mail that you had received before?
Yes, the same wrinkle cream and weight loss things that I'd received years earlier. The exact same ad, so it obviously was the same person. In unmarked envelopes again, and I just saved it and wrote on it, "Save for attorney."
Okay. Did you try to plan a Halloween party for the boys when you got back?
No, before I left, I tried to have Dan agree that the boys would spend Halloween with me. They had spent Halloween with me the year before, and we had a great time. So we were going to do it again, and Dan said no.
Okay. Did you go to the school that year?
Yes.
And why was that?
Well, I went every year, but my boys didn't have costumes.
Okay. Now, when you went to school that year, is there something that they do at that school where the children wear costumes?
Yes, it's a wonderful school, and they make a big deal about every holiday. And the Halloween big deal is you have this parade with microphones, and he asks everybody, "Who are you?" and elaborate costumes, and everybody gets a prize. And it's really fun. It's a really cute school.
Was there one child there without a costume?
Yes.
And who was that?
Red didn't have a costume.
Okay. Was there did you at any point in time receive calls from Kim in regards to her school situation?
Yes, constantly.
And what did she say anything about problems that she was having with her father in school?
Kim always had problems with getting money from her father, even the first year of school. She was constantly short of money and hysterical.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
At that time, did she call with money problems from school?
It was more than money problems, but yes.
Had this been something that had happened in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And what was she telling you about the money problems that she was having?
She told me that she had no rent. She had nowhere to live. She had no rent money. She had no transportation money. She had no food money. That Dan had thrown her out of the house earlier and would not give her any money unless she was registered in school. Now, Kim had messed up the previous year and missed her exams, and she didn't get credit for the previous year. So she was in limbo that semester and had to go back there and take the exams from the previous spring that fall. But Dan would not give her money unless she was a registered student, and she was not technically a registered student. But I said, well, how are you supposed to live? And that was her problem. So she was working in a bus station, she told me, to earn money, but she was only getting $5 an hour, and it wasn't enough. So would I help her was the phone call.
Was she upset?
She was very upset. She didn't have any money. She had nothing to eat. That's what she kept telling me. She had nothing to eat, nowhere to live, nothing to drive, and she was only making $5 an hour, and she couldn't make enough money to get a place to live. And so and she said to me, how was she supposed to take her exams if she didn't even have a place to sleep?
Did she talk about Greece at all?
Yes, she meant it was through her that I knew that Dan took all these people to Greece and that he paid for it.
Okay, and was she upset about that?
And Reedy O'Neill's too, yes.
What about Reedy O'Neill's?
Reedy O'Neill's was the opening of a big Irish bar here in town, and Dan was a quarter owner of it, and it was supposedly worth $5.8 million. There was a picture in the newspaper that Dan was an owner of this bar. And so it was obvious to Kim and to myself on this phone conversation that Dan had plenty of money for everything else, but he wasn't going to give her any.
Okay. Now, during the first week that when you came back from the trip from Acapulco, were you doing anything in regards to the condo in your home?
Yes, I got a decorator, and she sent a workman in and tore the condo apart and was going to replace shelves and replace carpeting, and she tore that up, and she tore up the tile in the entry, and she was real good about tearing stuff up, but I wrote checks for half deposits on the replacement items, and I couldn't get her to perform at all. And so the condo was torn up, but nothing was replaced.
Okay. Were you, at some point in time, were you moving out of your house and trying to move into the condo?
Yes, it was all happening at once. Yes, I just moved personal things out of the house and was living at the condo.
Were you, did you have any problems with any of the appliances at the condo?
Rhett was visiting me one day. It was during the Greece trip. It was probably the first day of the Greece trip, and he used the other bathroom in the condo for a bathtub or something. Anyway, he couldn't get hot water. So I went down in the garage to look at the hot water heater, and the light had gone out on it. And it was the first time I had done anything with it, and I had a match or something in it. The water heater didn't blow up in my face, but the gas kind of poofed in my face, and I had all singed eyelashes, and my hand was burnt.
Okay, now during this period of time when you're talking to Kim about the Notre Dame game and then talking to her about the school, was there anything that you were reading? Did you read anything at that time?
Just the marriage encounter about all these different things.
And what was the purpose in reading the marriage encounter?
Same purpose as it always was, is I wasn't crazy. And that the life that Dan promised would come if I gave him more time about neglecting the children and me. The life that he promised us to come did in fact come. He got the big boat he wanted. He got to go to Notre Dame with the family. He got the piano for Kim. Every single item, check, 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 check. He did get everything he promised us.
Is that something that you read from time to time when things weren't going well?
Yes.
Did you receive any legal mail that week?
Yes.
Okay. And did you remember getting some letters near the end of the week?
Are we in November now?
Yes, we're in November.
Yes. Well, Walter Mon told me that Dan was not cooperating with the custody, and the October hearing was now put off. So not only was September put off, but now October was put off, and there was not even a further date given. It was just put off indefinitely. And so Dan was starting to resist and fight the custody thing, and I was getting mail from Walter Mon concerning a custody fight.
And in showing you what's been marked as People's 27, have you seen that letter before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the end of were you supposed to have the boys the weekend of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of November? Would have been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of November of 1989.
Yes.
Okay. And did, in fact, you have the boys that weekend?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, get some mail in regards to the custody?
Yes.
Do you remember which day that you got that mail?
No, I think it was Friday.
Okay. Did you remember what you did with the mail at the time that you got it?
I just put it on the kitchen counter. I get all kinds of categories of mail. I get bills that go one place and legal stuff that go another place and junk mail that goes in the trash. But this pile was on the kitchen counter.
Would have you opened it up and looked just quickly to see what it was?
Probably.
Okay. And did the boys spend the weekend with you?
Yes.
Okay. And Friday night, do you remember what you did?
We went to a football game at Danny's high school after school. And then the boys said we went to Old Town for dinner, but I didn't really remember that.
Did you go with the boys anywhere on Saturday?
Yes, Rhett had a soccer game in the morning, and we were sleeping at the house for the weekend so the boys could have the benefits of the house, but the soccer uniform ended up at the condo, so we had to Saturday morning go up to the condo to get the soccer outfit. And then we did grocery shopping, we did haircuts, we went by the beach and we saw PJ, and then we went home and cooked all the food that I bought that afternoon.
Red, will you approach sidebar?
Certainly.
judge and the lawyers are talking where we can't hear them. Gives us a chance to talk for a minute. Let's talk a little bit about the quality of this, in the tone of this direct examination.
Okay, the direct examination, when a lawyer has their client or their witness on the stand, the real goal is to get the story out in as crisp and as sharply focused a fashion as possible. After all, this is your chance to tell your side of the story, literally your day in court. Mm-hmm. So you want to make sure that you're not all over the place, that whatever your points are, the jury's going to understand them. In many ways, a good direct is like reading a real good book. Each chapter has a heading, and here are the points under that heading. And then you know when the attorney switches to the next topic, because there's an introductory question that says, now let's talk about the gun. When did you buy the gun? Where did you keep the gun? How did you keep the gun? Where did you finally put the gun? Then we move to the next topic, et cetera, et cetera. That really is the purpose of a direct. Directs usually, although not all the time, are best when they are short and sweet, because the jury can then focus on it and move out of it. Now, this is a complicated trial. There's a lot of information you have to get out. But remember, the core of the defense here is, what was her mindset at the moment she shot these two people? So one of the things you want to find in this direct after each subject heading is some reference by question to how did you feel about that? And we saw a little example of that with the South Bend, Indiana trip where the football game where he said to her at the end of going through, he says, and how did you feel about that? And you can almost see her break down where she said, well, I was left out of that. That was a very emotional time. It was a tradition in our family. I couldn't go. And after all, isn't that what he's going to argue to the jury, that this is one of the things that contributed to her emotional state?
I don't want to beat up on Jack Early, because it's a whole lot easier sitting here watching than it is doing
absolutely.
it. But one does feel that we're jumping around subject to subject a little bit.
Well, you're right. It's hard to beat up on anybody, and you certainly don't want to do that, because he may very well have some very great master plan in mind that we don't see at the moment. On the other hand, the real goal all the time has to be the jury. Those are the people who decide. So you want to make sure you're communicating to them in as simple, straightforward a manner as possible. And we saw one example which we didn't quite understand, where he was going along, he had referred to the gun earlier, and then all of a sudden jumped back into the gun, and then went on to another topic. It was sort of like the gun was inserted as an afterthought.
Because you really do. This is a very emotional story that Betty Broderick was telling, and as you get swept up in it, and it's almost like changing gears, but doing it badly sometimes.
In fact, we were talking about it, and you said if you had to plot this on a graph, you'd be going like this, up and down with the witness. Sometimes she's very emotional and soft.
Very focused.
Right, and focused, and she gives you a good answer. And then there are other times when you ask her a question, and she seems very hard and very almost cutting in her response. And this kind of up and down is going to have an effect on this jury.
Well, it's interesting, too, because sometimes a story or a vignette is sort of dropped in, parachuted. Suddenly, in the middle of a line of questioning, we had this story about the party that her daughter Kim had allegedly, according to Betty Broderick, had at the house. And you, if you're a juror, I'm wondering, if you're not wondering, what's that doing here?
Why was that inserted? What point were you trying to make, and how does that fit into the grand scheme of things? The other point that you want to make about a direct, and this is an intangible that has nothing to do with how you ask the question. Remember, if you are at a party, and this has happened to all of us, and you're talking to somebody who's rather dull or boring, you tend to adopt the manner of the person who's talking to you. On the other hand, if the person you're talking to is animated and lively, you tend to become more animated and lively in your response. That's very important in a courtroom when you're questioning witnesses, particularly if it's your own witnesses. You want your witness to be lively, but not too lively. You certainly don't want your witness to be there moving along either unevenly or monotonally. So it's important how the attorney, and we should watch for this, not only in this case, but in most cases, how does the attorney's manner of asking questions affect his or her witness? Very important thing to watch.
Let's go back to court and watch for some of these points that Marvin Schechter's just clued us into. Let's go back to court.
For the whole evening?
No, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't sleep, and so I got up, and it seemed like I'd stay up. I went in the kitchen and...
What was it like outside? Was it light, dark?
Getting light, which is probably why I stayed up. But I didn't know if I would have stayed up, and I would crawl back to bed and go to sleep again. I couldn't take a shower. I knew that because Rhett was in my room that would have awakened him.
What did you do when you got up?
Mrs. Broderick is talking about a weekend that her two young sons, Rhett and Danny, spent the weekend with her.
Bar stool that we have.
Did you start to do anything?
I started to read a newspaper. The bar stools are on this side of the bar, and the newspaper was where the bar stool is.
And what did you do?
Well, I started just looking at the newspaper, but I was too tired to even read it. It was just something to do, and I wasn't concentrating or anything. And then I saw the legal papers sitting there, and so I picked up the legal papers.
Okay. Did you, were these the papers that you had received on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those legal papers?
I read them for the first time.
Okay. Was there a reason that you didn't read them through when you first got them?
I didn't have to read them through. It just looked like the same stuff I'd always gotten.
Okay.
No, I didn't read them through.
Okay. And what was it that you received?
This letter, and a cover letter from Walter Mond. This letter arrived in an envelope from Walter Mond.
Okay. And what did the letter say to you?
The letter said to me...
Don't read the letter. Just tell me what you remember the letter saying to you.
It said to me that you're going to jail, that you're going to be fined, that Linda's going to screw around with the machine again and keep you from your sons for the next 2 weeks, going to play her games again, and it's going to drive you crazy, and that's why she's doing it, to create contempt orders, that I was going to have to go back into the system, that Dan Broderick was now going to do to Walter Mond what he did to Tricia Smith, is that I hired Mr. Mond to do a custody fight, and we're going to drop the custody fight and play this contempt game again. It meant that
that seeing the boys was going to be put off and put off and put off, and I just stood there and I felt so sorry for my boys that they were missing everything in childhood. And I already mentioned that Danny was 13, and so the older the kids get, and we miss all these things like Halloween and stuff. Those moments are forever gone, and they're never coming back. And so this meant to me that I was not going to get the kids for the whole school year, probably, and that I was going to have to waste money fighting in court about stupid things, and that Dan was just going to jerk me around and mess up the money, undoubtedly, with the fines. And then I had the condo going, I had the house going, and I was in flux here, and I had a third mortgage going. And so if he fined me like he used to fine me and take the money away, all these moves that I was making to get control of my life and make decisions were totally dependent on that monthly check. And if he pulled the monthly check, everything would come crashing down. I was very resentful of what he was doing to Kim. When I hung up that phone, I said, Kim, don't worry, Kim, I'll take care of it. No problem, I'll take care of it. And then I hung up that phone to that son of a bitch treating my kids like that, because this was our oldest child, and I thought she should be in the finest college instead of being jerked around by an asshole. And
how was your mental condition then?
I had been beaten down for so long, so many times, that I felt that all the resources a person draws on when they're in trouble, that I had over the years exhausted all those resources. I couldn't, it was 6 years into this, I couldn't call my family and say, oh, Mom, look what he's doing to me now. I couldn't turn to any friends and for help. I had already tried every civil agency in this town. I had tried child abuse. I had tried battered women. I had tried the district attorney's office for help. I had tried the city attorney's office for help. I had called the ACLU. I had called HALT. I had called NOW. I had, when you're in trouble and you're looking for help and you're crying for help and screaming for help, you try all these avenues, and I had already exhausted those avenues. I had a holy card on the wall in the kitchen that kept me going through a lot of really hard times, and it said that, God will not give you more than you can handle. And so whenever I thought it was just more than I could handle, I looked at that card and I thought, I can do this. And I was in Al-Anon and Course in Miracles, and they were like, one day at a time, one day at a time, and I really had that, don't stress about the future, just, you can handle it one day at a time, one day at a time. And so when I looked at that card, I just said, I can't handle it. That card isn't helping me. This is more than I can handle. I just cannot be reduced back to the fines and to the court and to the threats and to the contempts and to the pull the money out and watch her go crazy and watch everything fall apart. I felt so victimized, and then I was angry, and this is all happening at once in my brain. I'm explaining it one thing at a time now, but it's all happening at once, and it's like, why are they doing this? Why the hell are they doing this to me now? Why can't they just leave me alone? Why can't they let me get control of my life and get my kids and just have a peaceful, normal life? I didn't know what kind of sick jollies they were getting out of driving me crazy. And I was saying to myself, what do they want out of me? What the hell do they want out of me now? What do I have that they want? And the only answer I could come up with was that they wanted to just drive me crazy. It was sadistic what they were doing. There was nothing else that I could give these people to get away from them. And I just went out of the house. I was going to go down to the beach.
How would you describe how you were? Did you feel depressed, happy?
Your Honor, I believe she's just described.
Physically, can you describe, was there any physical
I've been physically beaten down through this whole thing. I couldn't handle being sued from the day one. I didn't know how to protect myself or defend myself. And every time legal papers came, I felt they were an attack. And I was scared, and I felt that I couldn't personally defend these things. And I tried the legal system, and I tried lawyers, and I tried myself, and I tried going to his house, and as I say, I just exhausted all of these avenues for coping with things.
Now, would those feelings have a physical effect on you at all?
Yes, in the pictures that you can see over the years, I didn't even look. I didn't even physically look like the Betty Broderick I used to be in 1985, not to mention 83 when this started. I was turning 42 years old on November 7th of 1985. No, I'm sorry, 1989. And that would have been the anniversary of me slitting my wrists in 1983. And I'm thinking, God, I was slitting my wrists in 1983. This is 1989, 6 years later, and it's gotten nothing but worse. I can't make this stop. I cannot get out of this mess that Dan started in 1983.
You said that you left. Why did you leave?
Because I couldn't even stand up. I was just like this, and I just didn't know what to do, and I didn't know who to call, I didn't know where to go, and I just didn't know what to do. So I just went out of the house. When you go down to the beach, there's a lot of air, and when you're feeling like I felt, you hyperventilate a lot, and you feel like you can't get a breath. And so you go down to the beach because of all the air, just to make yourself feel better, and walk along or something, or just sit on the bench or something, but it was basically to get the air.
Now, how would you describe your thinking, and then was it a clear thinking?
I've already described, I've tried to say what was going through my mind, but it was all going through my mind at once.
Did you, when you went down to the beach, did you write something before you went to the beach? Before you left, did you write something on the letter?
Well, I initially was going to answer the letter to Miss Cafaro, who supposedly this letter was from, because she was Dan's employee that was supposedly taking over the case.
Showing you people 29, did you in fact start to write a letter?
I don't remember now doing these things, but now that we have stuff in front of us, that is the letter I wrote that morning.
Okay. Did you write something after writing that letter? Did you then write something on the letter that you received?
Yes, I tried to write a more businesslike letter to Miss Cafaro, and I don't even know what it says now unless I read it. And then I just gave up, and I wrote a suicide note and left it on the kitchen counter like this. And it just says, I can't take this anymore. And then it says 3 things that I can't take anymore. Do you want me to read them?
Yes.
Number 1, Linda Kolkina, the cunt, interfering with what little contact I have left with my children. She's been doing it for years. We've litigated it continuously. Number 2, the constant threats of court, jail, contempt, fines, etc., which is very scary to me, and no matter what the evidence, I always lose. Number 3, them constantly insinuating I'm crazy. The last sentence of this letter says that her emotional disturbance and mental disease, it says that they're not improving. And that just, that's the same thing that he'd been telling me since 1983, is that I'm emotionally disturbed and I have a mental disease. And it was never that. It was just that I couldn't stand getting attacked like this. And so it appeared that I was crazy or upset, and I was, but it was situational craziness. If they would just leave me alone and let me have a life, I'd be fine.
Did you end up going to the beach?
I left the house to go to the beach. I never got to the beach, no.
And why was that?
Because I was going to go down to the beach. That was the first thought. Just go to the beach, just get the air. And then I thought I was just going to fucking blow my brains out. But I said, no, let's not do that. That's not what's good for the boys, We're going to go over, we're going to talk to Dan. We're going to just try one more time to talk to Dan, to tell him to give me the kids and just leave us alone. He doesn't even have to give me any money, just leave us alone. So I went over to talk to Dan.
Okay. What were you going to do when you went to Dan's?
I was going to ask him for the kids and to just leave me alone. And if he wouldn't agree at all, I was just going to kill myself in his house, not down at the beach and not at my house. And I had been contemplating suicide for a long time. It's in the diaries. I was extremely despondent in what was going on in my life here because I couldn't handle it. And I knew that if I killed myself, it was going to be in front of Dan Broderick, so that he couldn't just say, see, I told you she was crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
Were you angry at yourself at that time for not being able to do things with the children, getting them out of this?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Were you angry at anybody at that time at all?
Yes, when you feel that you're victimized like I did, you have a lot of self-hate because you can't handle what's going on. And I was mad at myself for not being able to handle this. And I had promised those children for years, don't worry, kids, I'll take care of this. I'll get the lawyer, I'll get the psychiatrist, I'll do what we have to do. Don't worry, kids, I'll take care of this. And they told me to hire Walter Mond, and I disappointed them again because I promised them by this September they'd be living with me. And I promised and been unable to live up to my promises for so many times. And then on this day, I just felt that I had absolutely failed those kids. I could not get them, and I tried, and I wasn't going to get them. We were going to play this game instead. And the kids were going to be very disappointed in me. And it was important to me that I protected my kids and did what I promised them I'd do.
Now, where was the gun at that time?
In the purse, in the car.
Okay. And did you ever, at times, carry that gun in that purse?
I didn't actually carry the purse very much. It would stay in the car because it was a big purse. And if I went shopping, I'd take a checkbook or I'd take a credit card or something. But the purse usually just stayed in the car.
Was there a reason that you put the gun in the purse at times?
To hide it from Danny and Rhett, yes.
They
were fascinated with it. I didn't want any accidents. They didn't listen to my first admonitions that if you touch this, I'll kill you. And they touched it, and I was afraid someone was going to get hurt.
When they were over there, did they ever look for it?
They were fascinated with it. I don't know if they actually looked for it, but I would believe that they probably did.
Now, when you When you went over to Dan's house, it was early in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, you took the gun with you, did you take the gun with you to, when you got to Dan's house, did you take the gun with you?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking that?
Every time I went to Dan's house in the past, I'd get this, 10 seconds or I'm going to call the police. Or once I got there to talk to Dan and Linda was in the window saying, you want me to call the police and stuff? So I brought the gun with me initially to make them have to talk to me. And if they said they were going to call the police, I'd say, no, you're not.
Did you plan to do anything if they didn't talk to you?
I told you, yes. If they wouldn't deal with me and wouldn't give me the kids, I was just going to kill myself.